Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Red Hood and fell for midnight, part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is under the Red Hood by _King Azrael. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Alright, class, go get changed into your hero outfits and meet at Mach City B. It's time for your hero training. Chairs shuffled across the floor of Class 1A. The students listened to their teacher Shota Aizawa with excitement coursing through their veins. Man, I wonder what we're going to do today. Some of the most boisterous students, such as Kaminari, wondered out loud. There was one student, however, who took a bit longer than anyone else. Izuku smiled, shoving his hero analysis journal within his backpack before the sweetest voice he could hear entered his range. Izuku, come on. We have to go before Aizawa-sensei gets mad at us. Turning to look, he spotted Ochako Uraraka, his first love and now girlfriend. He had confessed to her after the Hosu incident months ago, and since then they had been what Mina dubbed the Cinnabon couple. Oh yeah, sorry. Rubbing the back of his head, Izuku stood up before Uraraka grabbed his hand, leading him out of the classroom. Leaving to follow after their classmates, they stopped when they saw their sister Class 1B exit their classroom. Oh look, it's Midoriya. The first to notice their presence was their class representative Itsuka Kendo. The ginger-haired girl smiled, giving a large wave before her eyes drifted to the couple's interlocked hands. She wasn't the only one to notice, as Reiko Yanagi gave an emotionless stare. Oh hey, Kendo, sorry, but we were just on our way to our hero training, so we can't talk right now, but maybe later. Hurriedly giving an excuse as they two ran off. Itsuka gave a forced smile before responding, oh, of course, go ahead. Once the two left, Itsuka sighed. What's wrong, Prez? Missing mean green already? Setsuna lightly elbowed her friend in the ribs. It was obvious to the lizard girl that her Prez was crushing hard on Midoriya. Blushing, Itsuka crossed her arms. What are you saying? I just care about him as a classmate, besides, he already has a girlfriend. Yes, so please refrain from any more teasing, Tokage. Reiko joined in, having heard enough about Izuku's girlfriend. Raising her hands, Setsuna conceded, stopping her teasing, but did take notice of Itsuka's blushing and the small frustration on Reiko's face. Izuku entered the boys' changing room, seeing his friends already changing into their hero suits. Joining them, he went to his locker, unlocking it and pulling out his hero case. Stripping his shirt off, Izuku could immediately feel the stars directed toward him. He knew the reason why. His back, chest, arms, and sides of him were decorated with scars. All of them looked as if his flesh had been forcibly gouged out, while others looked as though he had been roasted in a fire. Pretending not to notice, Izuku did not say a word, especially when a stern glare from Bakugo entered his line of sight of him. You better not say shit, Deku. The message was clear, so quickly he tried to change into his hero suit. He had gotten faster since the beginning of UA, and in no time at all he had finished changing. Being the first to leave, Izuku stood by the wall. Why am I? Groaning, he put a hand to his forehead from him. He shouldn't be afraid of Bakugo. He never showed it, but he loathed the bastard. His childhood was a living hell because of Bakugo. One for All sparked unconsciously, the lightning growing erratic until it stung, causing Izuku to grip his wrist from him. What? Gripping harder, Izuku felt One for All continue to grow in its power output, but he couldn't control it. Gritting his teeth, he tried to focus, and the quirk slowly died down until it had cut out. Shaking his head, he clenched his fist a few times. He had no idea what just happened, it had never done this before. Forcing himself to forget about it, he looked at his other classmates of him. They were all dressed in their hero suits and gear, ready for the upcoming training practice. With a lack of disturbances, the students made their way to the Mach City smoothly. After they arrived, the first people they saw were Aizawa and All Might, the two being their instructors for this exercise in particular. Good, you're all here. Aizawa started looking at the group before he continued. Today we will be running a simulated battle experience against each other. Now you've faced off in 2v2 situations at the beginning of the year, along with battles against teachers themselves. Today, however, will be different. Well said, Aizawa. Laughing in his deflated form, All Might patted the underground hero's back. This will be a special training exercise to see how far you all have come. All of Class 1A will be on the hero team except for one. The one who is selected to be on the villain team will be random. We will go one by one until everyone has a chance to be a villain. The villain's task is simple: to prevent their capture. This can be done by fighting or hiding, it doesn't matter. The heroes will try and capture the villain using any means necessary. To mark a capture, a hero must wrap the yellow tape around the villain's arms and or legs. Izuku looked at his classmates. He had already memorized the rules, but the smirk on Bakugo's face after the any means necessary was not something he liked at all. Izuku's hand from him sparked his quirk activating as he thought of the damage Bakugo would try to inflict on their classmates. Alright, now to begin the selection. The first student to be a villain is Grape Juice. What? Don't please. Mineta screamed, gaining a chuckle out of the class. The small midget pleading, tugging at Aizawa's pants annoyed the man. Alright. The exercise begins now. I don't even get a head start. Mineta fainted, falling unconscious, the stress too much for him to handle. Looking at each other, the class didn't know what to do until most laid their eyes on Izuku. Why are you looking at me? He was confused until many of the female classmates looked towards the downed Mineta. Slowly walking forward, he was thrown a small roll of yellow tape by Aizawa. Kneeling, he slowly wrapped the tape around her Mineta's arm when a buzzer sounded. Good job, problem child. Aizawa gave a small smile to Izuku before straightening up. Now that you all understand what to do, it's time for the real exercise to start. So can someone please wake up Mineta? Kaminari sighed, pulling away his friend before delivering a small shock to the boy. After Mineta awoke, the true exercise began. One by one the students went as villains, and most were, as expected, a bit horrible. Of course, there were exceptions such as Momo, who laid out several traps for the hero team, and Toru, who used her invisibility to its utmost capability. Although they were good, none excelled more than Izuku during each exercise. The hero team succeeded each time because of his influence, and as such, he had drawn the scorn of one person in particular. Alright, so far so good. Now it's time for the villain Deku to make his appearance. Aizawa and All Might were particularly excited to see this matchup. It was obvious to them why the hero team was successful, so with their golden boy now on the other side, how would the hero team fare? After the round had started, Izuku had blasted off using OFA before ducking into one of the allies in the large city. He planned to hide, and while he could fight, he wanted to save that only for the last resort, particularly because his quirk was acting peculiar. In the last few rounds, Bakugo had been getting more aggressive in his pursuits of him, and most of their classmates had become a target of his attacks and outbursts of him. The way they were treated was like how he was. The persistent insults, the needless violence. It was all wearing down on Izuku, and his anger had started getting out of control. It had become a reminder of his past. He felt like he was reliving all the explosions and abuse he had taken from his hands. Closing his eyes from him, he tried to calm himself down, but Bakugo's yelled voice echoed through the area. Where the fuck are you, Deku? He's close. Looking above his head, he searched for any sign of the heroes when he suddenly shot his hand out, throwing Toru, who attempted to wrap the tape around his forearm. He's over here. Activating OFA, Izuku jumped from wall to wall, scaling the alleyway. Toru's yell no doubt attracted the heroes to come his way. Reaching the top, Izuku jumped, attempting to gain ground so that he may run away. Don't you think you can run, fucker? AP shot. Izuku hissed in pain as an explosive shot grazed his arm. If he hadn't moved, it would have no doubt opened a hole in his arm. Izuku turned back, flicking his finger and sending a shot of air that sent some of his classmates back. I have to thank Hatsume. His Air Force gloves from him had been improved by leaps and bounds, all thanks to Hatsume. It had been odd how clingy she had gotten recently, but now wasn't the time to be thinking of her. Trying to escape, Izuku had searched for the safest route to explore, but it seems that he had been accounted for as well. Landing on top of an apartment building, Izuku was blown off his feet by an explosive mine created by Momo. Being thrown into the air, he couldn't react as Todoroki shot a column of ice, freezing his body. Managing to cover his face from him, Izuku plummeted into the city square. His fall had mostly been cushioned, but that didn't mean he was unscathed. Standing up, Izuku saw the group of heroes land in front of him, with Bakugo leading the pack. Searching, he tried to find a way to escape, only for an unannounced AP shot to shoot through his leg from him. Gah! Falling to the floor, he heard the heroes yelling, Uraraka being the loudest. What are you doing, Bakugo? What the hell, bro? Shut the fuck up, you extras. Katsuki snarled, stalking toward Izuku, who tried to cover the hole and stop the bleeding. You fucking Deku. Thinking you're better than me. This is what you deserve. What are you talking about? Izuku was genuinely confused. He had done nothing to provoke Bakugo so far, but an explosion-fueled fist pummeled his jaw from him. Facing the ground, Izuku could hear an announcement come through the speakers of the city. Katsuki Bakugo, any more violence and you will be expelled. Katsuki clicked his tongue before smirking. Grabbing Izuku by the collar of his hero uniform, Katsuki spoke with barbed words. You fucking pussy. Always needing someone to save you, you are so pathetic. No wonder Night Eye died. No wonder why Inko is nothing but a fat pig. OFA sparked wildly, the anger Izuku had been controlling lashing out at once. Using his uninjured leg, he kicked Bakugo in the stomach with OFA unrestrained. His foot stung but it did not break. Katsuki launched, but the resulting shockwave sent the others flying in all directions. They crashed into buildings and it didn't end there. Too angry to think, Izuku launched forward and towards Bakugo's direction, finding the boy buried within a wall. Don't you dare! Throwing Bakugo to the floor, Izuku pummeled him. The skin on his knuckles from him tore while his blood from him mixed with Bakugo's. He was only focused on dealing as much pain to Bakugo as humanly possible. All those years. When you beat me down my entire childhood, I'll make you feel a fraction of what I experienced. OFA fluctuated, parts of the lightning turning blood red. It flickered between green and red continuously. His hero costume tore as OFA's percentage spiked. The Air Force gloves May had constructed were missing most of their fabric, exposing Izuku's skin. Bakugo's face was drenched in blood, nose bent, and cheeks swollen. Yet a grin was still kept on the smug bastard's face. Planning on bringing this to an end, Izuku lifted his arm only for someone to grab onto it tightly. Izuku, stop. Gritting his teeth, Izuku tugged at his arm, accidentally hitting the person who had grabbed him. Looking back, Izuku froze in shock as Ochako held her face where her cheek was swelling badly. Boom. Izuku was blasted back, Katsuki using one last explosion before passing out. Before Izuku could get up, OFA cut out entirely, his quirk from him being erased as Aizawa kneeled to him. Problem child, are you alright? Yeah. Aizawa looked concerned but looked at the others, commanding All Might to rush Bakugo to recovery girl. Alright, come on. Aizawa helped Izuku up by giving the boy a shoulder to lean on. We gotta get you fixed up. But what about? They are already being taken care of. Silence reigned between the student and teacher. Izuku looked back to the crying Uraraka, who looked at him with fear in her eyes. Following her line of sight, he looked at his hands, which were dripping with blood. This wasn't your fault, problem child. I saw and heard everything. Trust me, we'll work something out. Aizawa gave Izuku a reassuring smile. Izuku gave a half-hearted smile back. That incident was 3 weeks ago and things couldn't be any worse. His friends looked at him like he was a monster, forgetting that Bakugo had started it in the first place. Even Uraraka had been keeping her distance from him, and it was all mentally taxing, not to mention how Bakugo constantly reminded him of his actions day in and day out. His control of him over OFA was at an all-time low as well. Every time he activated the quirk, it would quickly become unstable and dangerous. He couldn't fathom why this was happening to him. Honestly, he probably would have broken down had he not received the support he did after the incident. Class 1B, the Big Three, Aizawa, Midnight, Hatsume, hell, even Mitsuki Bakugo. They were all pillars of support that kept him stable, but none more so than the most important people in his life. His daughter, Eri Midoriya, who was officially adopted with help from Ua after the overhaul incident, and his mother, Inko Midoriya, an angel of a woman who did not judge him after he had told her what led up to such an outburst. Right now he was currently headed towards the faculty break room to pick up Eri, having left the girl with Midnight during his daily training to get his quirk back under control. Entering the large H-shaped building, he headed to the second floor. Walking down the hallways, he kept his head down. The training incident had spread outside Class 1A and into the entirety of the school. As such, he was isolated from everyone else. It's like Aldera all over again. Izuku sighed. He wasn't sure he could deal with this. Izuku felt a weight jump onto him while two soft mounds pushed against his back. A pair of hands snaked towards his chest. He did not need to look to know who it was. May, what are you doing? Getting your measurements, obviously. May jumped off as Izuku turned around, staring at the pink-haired steampunk overlord. Izuku couldn't help but smile at Mei, and while he would usually blush madly at her touching him and at the touch breasts, he had already become somewhat accustomed to it. Over the weeks he visited the support studio constantly, more than he did before the hero training. She had been the one who supported him with gear to properly get his quirk under control. He had asked her before why she was doing it, but he had never gotten a straight answer, only a small blush and an, "If I don't help you, then who will help test my babies?" It was her along with Itsuka and Reiko who had been the most supportive and helping in his journey. That also included Aizawa, who helped him train daily and gave him free time despite the fact he was supposed to be placed on house suspension. "Anyways, what are you doing right now? I got a new version of your Air Force gloves ready to go. Actually, I'm on my way to pick up Eri, so I don't think I'll be able to test them out right now." Mei smiled brightly. "Fine. Still, you got to promise you'll come by later this week. So go." Pushing Izuku to walk, Mei waved him off. "Tell my baby I said hi." "Wait, what?" "I said to tell her I said hi." Before Izuku could question Mei further, she ran off, and though he couldn't see it, she had a massive blush over her face. Shrugging it off, he continued down his path before reaching the staff room. Knocking, he heard a quiet, "Come in." Opening the door, Izuku walked through the empty room before looking at the couch. Sitting, Nimari Kayama or Midnight sat in her latex suit. In her arms, a small white-haired girl lay sleeping on her breast, drooling slightly. "Midoriya, I was wondering when you were coming by." Midnight flashed the boy a smile before adjusting Eri in her arms. The way she held the girl tenderly reminded Izuku of how a mother would cradle their sleeping child. The scene brought a small blush to his cheeks from him as he sat across from Nimari on the twin couch. "Sorry for leaving you with taking care of her. I know you are busy, Midnight-sensei. I hope she wasn't too much of a bother." Nimari giggled. "Not at all, Midoriya. This little one is so cute, I'm glad to take care of her. By the way, what did I say about calling me Midnight-sensei when we are alone?" Izuku blushed. He just couldn't handle her teasing. "Sorry, and Nimari." Nimari blushed, giving slightly another small smile. "So Midoriya, how is everything with your class? Has it gotten any better?" Izuku noticed the genuine concern on Nimori's face. It wasn't one that a teacher showed any student, but one that only someone truly invested would give. "Honestly, not at all. They all avoid me like I'm the plaque. Even Ochako has been distant." Nimari shook her head. Doesn't she see Izuku for who he is? Getting up, she moved past the small wooden coffee table before taking a seat next to Izuku. Still holding Eri with one hand, she put her free hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry to hear that, Midoriya. It wasn't your fault. If you want, I can go and talk to them." "No, it's better if they take some time. We're friends, so I'm sure they'll come back around." "If you say so." Nimari took her hand off of Izuku before the two continued their small talk. Nimari often enjoyed these times as it was an opportunity to speak to Izuku as a woman and not as Midnight. They talked for what seemed like hours but were only half of one. Various topics came to mind, such as quirk improvements and hero work. That was until it came time for Izuku to go. "Well, I've got to get back to the dorms before it gets too late. Thank you for taking care of Eri once again, Nimari." "As I said, Midoriya, it's no problem. I love this little one." Nimari handed Eri into Izuku's arms, giving a small kiss on her sleeping child's cheek. The two waved each other out, Izuku leaving while Nimari took the remaining time she had to decompress. Carrying Eri, Izuku headed back to the 1A dorms. The little girl stirred, opening her red eyes just a tad bit. Papa." Eri hugged Izuku, digging her head into Izuku's chest. "Yeah, Papa is here, Eri." Giving the girl a small kiss on her horn, he stopped momentarily. He allowed Eri to get comfortable, her small hands gripping her shirt with her eyes closing slowly. He couldn't blame her. It was nearing 8:30 p.m. and he was tired from training. Still, he had to bathe and make sure she had eaten, though he suspected Midnight had already fed her. It didn't take long for Izuku to arrive at the 1A dorms, and nearing the door he hesitated. Have his friends of him finally changed their minds? He asked himself that question every day, hoping for an answer he would like. Turning the knob to the door, he entered only to find no one in the common room. He hadn't expected much, but to see that there wasn't anyone honestly surprised him. They're probably all in their rooms. Going up the stairs, he headed for his dorm room. Entering, he went straight to the closet, grabbing a set of pajamas for Eri along with a fluffy towel. Slowly he nudged his daughter awake, whispering in her ear, "Wake up, Eri, it's time to take a bath." Zzz. Sighing, Izuku scratched his head. It didn't seem like Eri would be waking any time soon. Well, I guess she can always take a bath tomorrow. Putting the towel down, Izuku still had to change the girl out of her clothes. The last thing he wanted was for his daughter to be uncomfortable. After changing her, he tucked her into bed, giving her a green stuffed bunny to hold while she slept. While he originally planned on only bathing Eri, she didn't wake up, and since he was sure he wouldn't have time tomorrow, he decided that now would be best. Izuku felt the hot streams of water flow over his scarred skin. The deeper scars had made their own streams and flows. Having a moment of silence, he looked down at his hand, activating OFA, the lightning sparking to life with vigor. Izuku's mind thought back to when he beat Bakugo. That red lightning. He wanted to draw it out, but he didn't know how it happened at the moment, and during that time Izuku didn't have time to think. A grin broke out on Izuku's face, remembering the fight though. He really enjoyed pummeling Bakugo. To him, someone like Bakugo was irredeemable, as after all this time in Ua, Bakugo still acted like a kid with a god complex, and a dangerous kid at that. To show that person that he was nothing compared to him felt good. Izuku hated himself for it, but that didn't mean he could ignore it. Taking his mind off it, Izuku turned off the shower. Steam rose off his freshly washed skin as Izuku grabbed his nearby towel, wiping away any leftover water before he left the shower room and into the small shower locker room with small wooden baskets near the wall. After drying himself, he changed into his sleepwear. It wasn't anything fancy, just a pair of black shorts and a white tank top. He had abandoned the idea of wearing All Might merch since the incident, as All Might had started acting weirder near him. At training, he would look at Izuku in a scrutinizing way and with nothing other than disappointment. To see such a thing from a father figure he looked up to had hurt. With his hair still freshly wet, he left, going back to his dorm only to stop once he saw Ochako's door. He wanted to talk to her. He had tried apologizing in every way he could think of, but to him, it didn't seem like she accepted it. Going to her door, he lightly tapped the white wooden door with his knuckles, waiting for an answer. Waiting, he still got no response, so slowly he spoke up, "Ochako, I'm coming in." Opening the door, he looked around the rather plain room only to see something he wished he never did. Clothes lay on the ground, and if it had only been Ochako's, then there wouldn't have been an issue. It wasn't just her clothes, however. With her clothes were articles belonging to a man. Looking up to the bed, her eyes went wide. His girlfriend was sleeping naked, and with Bakugo of all people. Both of them were clearly physical with each other. Izuku could smell the sweat in the air. He screamed, his tears springing into his eyes from him and OFA activating unconsciously like before the neon green bled. Why? Closing the door, Izuku stepped back out into the hallway, his grip on him causing the handle to become crushed. Izuku put his hands to his face, silently brewing in anger. He wanted to level the dorm. He wanted to slaughter Bakugo with his bare hands, but the thought of Eri being caught up in his rage had him steady his hand. He turned, walking back to his dorm, tears still freshly dripping down his face as OFA died out. Entering his room, he sat at the door of his bed, trying to muffle his sobs. He gave her everything he possibly could. He grew strong to protect her. So why would she do this? He may have freaked out during training, but did that warrant cheating? Nope. She threw away their entire relationship for the bastard that ruined his life from him. Papa. Izuku's head snapped back, looking as Eri rubbed her eyes, still clutching her bunny. Sniff. Eri, shouldn't you be sleeping, Snowball? Papa. Are you sad? Turning his head away, Izuku forced himself to smile. He couldn't face Eri while he was crying. No, Papa, just. He couldn't come up with an excuse fast enough, only putting his head down. He remained silent, feeling small movements on the bed until Eri hugged him from behind. Papa saved me from the bad man. I was sad, but Papa saved me. He made me happy. So don't be sad. I wanna save Papa. Izuku shifted, hugging Eri back tightly. I have loved her innocence of her. He had thought she lost it when she was tortured by Overhaul, but that part still remained. He wanted to protect it for as long as he could. He had to chuckle at himself as he felt Eri return his hug just as tight. He was supposed to be the hero in training, yet here he was being saved from just a 6-year-old. Thank you, Eri. Papa isn't sad anymore, you saved him. Yay, she happily cheered, her legs kicking up and down as Izuku stood up before getting into the bed. Pulling the girl off him for a second, he kissed the girl on the forehead. I love you, Eri. I love you too, Papa. Rubbing her head, Izuku's teary smile persisted, but it was genuine and filled with happiness. Tucking himself and Eri in, he felt the girl wrap one arm around his forearm. Staring at his ceiling from him, Izuku heard Eri's small snores, which allowed him to think. He was still upset about Uraraka's cheating, and he was livid that out of all people she could have slept with it was Bakugo, but he couldn't show this in front of his daughter. He still wanted to smash Bakugo's face in, but for now, he will wait to confront them when Eri wasn't around. The next day served to be no different than the previous days in the last 3 weeks. He woke up to no hellos from anyone except from Eri and a text from Itsuka and Reiko. His classmates and friends of him, if he could call them that, already gone. He was left to bathe Eri and make breakfast alone with only her to keep him company, not that he was complaining. Then the few hours of his suspension from him began. From 6 a.m. until 2 p.m. he was to be kept inside the dorm, though with the help of Aizawa he was merely restricted from entering the main buildings and gyms, meaning that he got to spend time with Eri outside. He was extremely grateful to Aizawa for this because it meant he was able to take Eri outside. While he could handle being inside all day, for Eri it was the opposite, he didn't. So as of now the day had been mostly the same until 1 p.m. came around. At the dorms, Izuku was busy in the kitchen cooking up a small lunch for Eri before he took her to Nomori's office and went to go train. Izuku could hear the TV in the common room on as a children's show played through the speakers. Focused on cooking, Izuku only stopped when the door to the dorms suddenly opened. Looking back, he heard Eri's rapid footsteps go toward him before the girl hid behind his leg. Ectoplasm Sensei, the skull-faced hero, had entered the dorm looking directly at him. Midoriya, I've come to tell you that All Might wants to see you in his office immediately. Oh, sure, I just have to finish up lunch, can he wait a little bit? Izuku was sure whatever All Might had to say was important, but Eri's well-being took priority. Just be quick. Nodding, Izuku patted Eri's head before turning back to the lunch he was almost finished cooking. Since his time window was short, he had to pack it in a small lunchbox for Eri. Normally she would eat at the dorms, but not this time. All right, Eri, let's get going. Lifting her in his arm, Izuku followed Ectoplasm, who escorted him to the main UA building. Entering, they headed upstairs when Izuku heard a group coming their way. Stepping aside to let them pass, Izuku saw his upperclassmen heading toward the exit. I guess it's time for their hero training. Ooh, look, it's Izuku and Eri. A loud yell caught his attention, and Eri looking smiled happily as the big three made their entrance. Eri held out her arms as Nejire ran ahead of Mirio and Amajiki. Nejire. Eri's excited yell was only matched by the pure joy in Nejire's face as she gently took Eri from Izuku's arms. Cooing, Nejire rubbed her cheek against Eri's. So cute. Cute, cute, cute. Eri giggled and Izuku smiled. Hey, well, looks like the usual, doesn't it, Midoriya? Yeah, as long as Eri likes it's more than okay, isn't that right, Mirio-senpai? Izuku gave a hug to the big three leader. Pulling away, he also waved at Amajiki, the shy boy waving back. That's for sure. Anyways, what are you doing right now, Izuku? Are you working on any moves? Maybe even super moves? Or is it quirk training? Before Nejire could go off on a tangent, Izuku interrupted. Nejire, you're doing it again. Eep. Blushing bright red, Nejire tried to hide her face behind Eri, lifting the girl to cover herself. Normally this sight would be odd to anyone who has just met Nejire, but to Izuku it had become really common. The girl was usually blunt, but near him she had become somewhat reserved and, dare he say, easily embarrassed by her personality. Haha, don't worry too much. I was on my way to meet up with All Might after dropping Eri off. Oh, sorry, are we intruding? Amajiki timidly asked, looking at Ectoplasm, who shook his head no. Not at all, it's always good to see you three. I'm sure Eri feels the same. Yup. Eri yelled, hugging Nejire's head. There you have it. Mirio smiled before he looked at his watch. It was good seeing you both, but if we don't go now we'll be late for training. I understand. It really was good seeing all of you. Izuku sent the three off with a smile after collecting Eri from Nejire. The female member of the Big Three constantly looking back as she walked away. Carrying on with their tasks before Izuku had dropped Eri off with Nomori along with her lunchbox before he was taken to All Might's office. After knocking and hearing a come in, he was sat down on the couch. "Young Midoriya, would you like some tea?" "Yes, please." Izuku waited as All Might served him a cup. He may have been paranoid, but the atmosphere of the room was extremely heavy and the tension grew thicker each moment. "So All Might, why did you call me here?" "Young Midoriya, I want to talk to you about OFA." "What about it? Is it my control? I've been getting better at maintaining it these past few weeks, but I'm still having trouble." "Yes, I know, and that's precisely why I called you in here. You see, young Midoriya, the incident with Bakugo a few weeks ago put things into perspective for me, and these past few weeks I watched you struggle with a quirk that took me only a year to master." Toshinori narrowed his eyes, looking straight into Izuku's, the boy becoming unnerved. What are you saying?" Toshinori sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I'm saying that I think you should hand OFA over to another person." Wait. It's clear that you have no control over your emotions and that you aren't strong enough to wield such a powerful quirk. I don't doubt you have that same heroic spirit you had when I first met you, but that isn't enough anymore. Simply put, you aren't good enough to be the true successor of OFA. "Hold on, All Might. You chose me." Standing up, Izuku yelled, his eyes teary. He couldn't understand. "You said I was your successor, that I was worthy. And I don't regret saying that, but worthiness doesn't mean you deserve it." Izuku sat back down, his hands going to his hair. "So who do you think deserves it?" "Who?" "Bakugo." Izuku froze, his vision going red with rage. "Bakugo. He isn't worthy, nor does he deserve it. He's violent and self-centered backstabbing bastard. He blasted a fucking hole into my leg. But that was necessary. Young Midoriya, had he not done what he did, you could have easily ran away, and in terms of apprehending a villain, he did the right thing. You, on the other hand, nearly beat him to death." "What? I nearly beat him to death? Are you fucking blind?" Izuku sparked OFA by placing his palms against the desk, glaring at All Might, who didn't flinch. "He's nearly killed me before, yet he didn't so much as get a slap on his fucking wrist. I got house suspension and got threatened with expulsion. He gets off scot-free and fucks my girlfriend, and you tell me he's a better option? Personal relations aside, this is the best choice. So please give up OFA willingly, or I will force you to." Izuku went quiet, head dropping, while he smiled. "What a joke. What a fucking joke. You chose me, told me I could become a hero. But now you strip it away from me and give it to the one person who has everything. I struggled, I cried and bled for this quirk. He just gets it handed to him like everything else." OFA turned blood red and the wood beneath Izuku's hands cracked. Izuku just couldn't handle this anymore. Uraraka cheating on him, his friends looking at him like he was the monster, and Bakugo getting everything he could want. It was unfair. So fucking unfair. Izuku flipped the table, sending it crashing through the windows and down to the cement below. "You fucking fake piece of shit. You haven't helped me since day one. You let Bakugo's attack almost kill me on the first day. You didn't give any of your oh so precious time to even train me. You didn't help me gain control, you only SAT back as I broke my body over and over. Aizawa-sensei and Gran Torino were the only people WHO helped me. You have no right to sit there and tell me where this quirk should go. You sit there with your pretentious attitude like you know everything about heroism when you couldn't even teach a single fucking class. You're shit at being a mentor. You're shit at being a decent person. And you fucking suck at being a hero. You let all for one live. You stupid fucking bastard." OFA spiked and spiked, the lightning growing even more chaotic and turning an even deeper red. Izuku's anger knew no bounds. You could have ended the most dangerous being of all time, but you sent him off to prison again. You were the cause of so many needless deaths, it's absurd. Young Midoriya, calm down. Don't you fucking dare tell me to calm down. I worked my ass off to be here. You are not going to take this away from me, especially for that pompous ASSSHOLE. Izuku grabbed All Might by the collar as he did so. The door opened, the office with most of the staff present. Aizawa, seeing this, was the first to step in, not before yelling at the other heroes to stand down. "Midoriya, put All Might down. Come on me and you can talk through this." Aizawa had never seen Izuku's quirk react like this, and while he was pressured to use his quirk from him, he trusted Izuku like a son, and the last thing he wanted was to break it. Izuku looked at Aizawa taking deep breaths as the teacher approached him with his guard down. Turning away he glared at All Might before throwing the retired hero to the floor. With his fists still clenched he was walked out by Aizawa, the man leading him out of the building. Wait. I need to get Eri. I don't think now's the best time. Midnight will take care of her. First we need to calm you down, alright? Aizawa walked side by side with Izuku, not a hint of hesitation in his body from him. If Izuku was mad, Aizawa was sure he had a valid reason to be. Fucking hell. Sitting in one of the many forest parks within Ua, Aizawa sat on a bench right beside Izuku, who had told his story about him. Jesus, what has this school come to? I'm sorry, Izuku, but All Might will probably take this up with Nezu and I'm sure he'll spin it in his favor. I can't do this. Aizawa patted Izuku on his back. He didn't know why Izuku was going through something like this. The boy did not deserve any of this harsh treatment, and it was unbecoming of Ua to be doing such things to a student with the best potential in the first place. It's alright, Izuku. I just want you to know that whatever happens, there is people who will have your back. Namori, myself, 1B, and many more. I'm sure you know this, right? Izuku smiled, looking over at his teacher. I do. Not to mention Eri. I'm sure once she hears how they are treating her papa, she'll threaten to rewind everyone. Aizawa tried to lighten the atmosphere, something completely foreign to him. Hey, yeah, but I prefer if she wasn't involved. It's got nothing to do with her. I know. Aizawa sat back staring at the tree line just ahead of them. I can't believe this is happening. I can't and won't blame you for being mad or losing control. In fact, I'm tempted to expel Uraraka and Bakugo for what they did, but I know it'll be fought on that. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. To be honest with you, I thought you had always hated me, but I know you were just trying to make me better, and I thank you for that. Well, you are my problem child. Still thank you. *buzz*. Izuku pulled out his phone. The device vibrating as a caller ID came up on the screen. Sorry, it's my mom. Go ahead, take it. Nodding, Izuku answered the call. Hey mom. Izuku, sweetie. I was just calling to check up on you. It's been so long since you visited. I miss my baby boy. I was hoping that maybe you can come visit today. Of course I don't want you to get in trouble, but I just want to hug my baby. Izuku smiled, though he did scratch his cheek. His mother was being kind of giddy, too giddy, but he chalked up to his paranoia. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's just gotten busy here at UA and I haven't had the free time to visit, but I'll ask right now if I can. Plus I really would like to talk to you in person. Izuku looked at Aizawa, pleading silently when the teacher waved. Go ahead. You probably need it after today. It seems like I can visit. When should I come by? As soon as you can, sweetie. I'll prepare a feast of katsudon just for you. Sounds great. I'll be there in an hour. Bye. The call ended after that and Izuku smiled. He needed to talk to his mom. Other than Aizawa, she was probably the only other person she could talk to about this. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. It's no big deal, problem child. Standing up, Aizawa groaned. You best go get ready. In the meantime, I'll try to smooth things over with Nezu. Thank you. Yep, you owe me some coffee for this. Sure thing. I'll be back before curfew. Aizawa gave a smirk, walking away from Izuku, though as soon as he left a knot formed in his gut. Izuku took a deep breath as he stood at his mother's apartment door. Dressed in a pair of jeans and a shirt, he prepared himself for the hug he was bound to get as soon as he walked in. He had thought of bringing Eri along with him, but he had decided not to. This conversation was better to have in private. Opening the door, Izuku yelled out, a smile on his face. Mom, I'm home. Izuku got ready, but his smile suddenly faded once he saw the state of the apartment. Furniture was strewn about, broken glass and blood staining the carpet. Mom, entering the home, he searched around, OFA activating. Mom, where? Izuku felt a chill creep down his spine before he felt a prick at the base of his neck. Turning, he saw Toga, the girl, smiling as she held a needle in her hand. Her school's beige sweater caked in crimson-red blood. Her lovesick face on full display as Izuku's mind warped. Oh Izu, you don't look so good. Do you want to lie down? Izuku's vision blurred and the boy stumbled, but he tried to swing nonetheless, only to find himself fall to the ground. Why you? What? Shish. Just close your eyes, Izu. Soon we'll have some real fun. Izuku's vision cut to black. The last thing he had seen was Toga's twisted smile. Aizawa stood by the gates of UA. His posture showed an ungodly amount of restlessness, his foot tapped on the ground and he checked the time on his phone constantly. The night was rapidly approaching and Izuku had yet to return to campus. While he did say he could visit his mother, that didn't mean he could stay there, and he was sure Izuku knew this. So why hasn't he returned? He didn't think it odd until midnight had come to him saying that Izuku had been late to pick up Eri. That itself wasn't alarming, and perhaps after the argument with All Might, he just didn't want to come back. Aizawa couldn't shake this feeling that something was wrong. Is he still not here? Aizawa looked over his shoulder seeing Snipe walking toward him. No, something isn't right. Aizawa shook his head. He just couldn't leave this alone. Aizawa don't ya reckon he rather be with his mother than his classmates? I'd understand if that was the case, but Aizawa just couldn't wrap his head around why he had a pit formed in his stomach. I'm going to the Midoriya's and bringing him back. Aizawa left before he could hear Snipe's response. Though the situation didn't warrant it, he sprinted towards the Midoriya household. He didn't know why, but he had to hurry. Something within the fiber of his legs told him so. He sprinted, leapt across rooftops, and weaved through people on the sidewalk, trying to shorten the distance as fast as he could. He hated how loud his heart thumped, and he hated the deafening silence of uncertainty. It took around 15 minutes by Aizawa's count to reach Inko's apartment complex. Jumping over the gate, he ran to the third floor of the second complex. He had memorized the apartment number like it was his own. To him, it wasn't odd to do, as Izuku had the habit of appearing in the hospital. Still, that knowledge came in handy as he arrived at the door. Ringing the doorbell and knocking loudly, he waited for a response only to get nothing. He tried several times before he yelled, "Mrs. Midoriya. It's Shota Aizawa, Izuku's homeroom teacher, please open the door." Clicking his teeth, he knocked again before he made a split-second decision. Turning the knob, he pushed open the door only to pause. Immediately his guard went up and he fixed his goggles over his eyes. The apartment was a mess and blood littered the floor. Izuku, Mrs. Midoriya. Stepping inside, he kept his wits about him. He searched the apartment up and down. He left nothing to the imagination, but what turned up was nothing. No sign of Izuku or Inko. Aizawa ran a hand through his hair as he returned to the main living room. If Izuku fought back, there would have been a bigger struggle. If he didn't, then that means he was ambushed. He tried to make sense of the situation and desperately tried to not panic. As he was trying to figure out what happened, a tiny glint caught his attention. The moonlight that shined through the partially opened blinds shined on a small object. Quickly he reached his hand, grabbing a small syringe. The smell that wafted in the air told him all he needed to know. Drugs. Aizawa shook his head before he dug into his pocket, pulling out his cell phone. Quickly he failed Nezu's number, which picked up after a few rings. "Nezu, I need you to mobilize all available staff and police. Midoriya and his mother have been kidnapped. Their apartment is trashed and I suspect Midoriya was drugged." He ended the call before he heard a word back. Putting the syringe down, he quickly left the apartment, rushing out towards the streets. "Hold on, problem child. I'm bringing you home." Where? Who? Izuku's head pounded, and his body felt sluggish and unresponsive. He couldn't focus. His thoughts were all jumbled up. Even his internal questioning failed to grasp his situation. His vision was dark and he could only hear small subdued muffles. As far as Izuku could tell, he was sitting down, but he couldn't move his wrists, nor could he even activate his quirk. Wakey, wakey. Izuku's irises burned as the cover of darkness was ripped off, being replaced with bright lights. Closing his eyes, he slowly allowed them to readjust before he saw the face of Shigaraki staring down at him with a large smile on the man's scarred face. "You. Oh, Izu, I'm so glad you're awake." Toga jumped onto Izuku's lap, forcibly kissing the boy on the lips. Izuku recoiled as Toga pulled away. Gagging, Izuku leaned forward, throwing up. The drugs mixed with her repulsive kiss was too much for his stomach to bear. The throw-up fell to the floor and even onto Toga's skirt and part of her uniform. The girl was more than displeased as her lovesick face twisted into a rage. "Now that isn't nice." Slap. Asterisk. Izuku's cheek stung with a fresh red handprint made by the messy bun-haired girl. "Where am I? What did you do to my mom?" Izuku's mind had cleared just enough to remember the state of the apartment before he had fallen unconscious. He had already figured out he had been drugged, but as long as his mother was okay then he didn't care. Why don't you see for yourself? It wasn't Shigaraki nor Toga who spoke, so looking he turned his head, spotting Dabi, Twice, Spinner, Kurogiri, and Compress all watching, most of them smiling. Dabi stepped away from the group, his footsteps echoing. Wherever this place is, it's big. Izuku tried to determine where he was. If he figured that out he could potentially alert people to his location. There was however an absence of noise from the outside which didn't bode well. Hey, pay attention. We have something we are excited to show you. Izuku felt his jaw being roughly grabbed and his head was made to look directly in front of him. Dabi disappeared into the darkness of the room. Before he emerged, in his grasp were long locks of dark green hair. Izuku's eyes widened and he thrashed in his seat as the person was brought into the light. Let her go, you fuckers. I'll kill you all. Izuku tugged at his binds and kicked his legs wildly. His mother was thrown to the floor, her face covered in bruises and her clothing ripped in various places. Her head was bleeding and her eyes dripped with fresh tears. Ooh, that doesn't sound like something a hero would say. Compress mocked from the sidelines, the group joining him except for Spinner, who stayed silent, a look of regret written on his face. What do you want? Izuku glared at Shigaraki, wanting to crush the man's skull with his hands. I want to send a message. Deku, you don't know how much your involvement has ruined my plans and my master. Well, he doesn't appreciate your interference. I want to show everyone who goes against the LOV what is waiting for them. You and your mother are going to set the stage. Shigaraki's grin widened. I could kill you and get this over with, but I made a promise to myself that it'll make you suffer. Shigaraki snapped his fingers and Izuku watched as most of the male members of the league surrounded Inko, stripping their clothes down. Shigaraki then opened his palm, slowly placing his fingers on Izuku's side. Now let's get started. No. Stop. AAAAARRRGHHHHHH. The war room of UA was a place neither staff nor hero wished to ever be invited to. The staff of UA sat in their chairs. The tension within the room was thick and volatile. Aizawa's scruffed face was even more tired than usual, his once thin beard now scraggly, having not been shaved for weeks. Nimari, depressed, her eyes showed an absence of life along with a deep-seated longing. All around the teachers were worse for wear. At the head of the table, Principal Nezu took in a deep breath. Today marks a full month since Izuku Midoriya's disappearance. As of today, police have called off the search and many heroes have as well. It is with regret that we must do the same. We can't. Nimari mumbled, her fists clenching with nails digging into her palm. How can we call off our search? He's our student. What kind of heroes are we if we give up now? With respect, Nezu, I can't do that. I let him go that day. How am I supposed to face Eri or myself if I don't find him? Aizawa banged his fist against the desk, looking at the principal. Aizawa, I understand your guilt, but it wasn't your fault. This situation was completely out of our control. There was no way we could have prevented this. Yeah, we could have. If All Might didn't drive him away that day. If I kept him here. Aizawa glared at Toshinori, but he was angry at himself most of all. Had we not treated him like he was a monster for a simple altercation between two students, he would be here now. He would be training to live up to the expectations set on him. He would be with his daughter. You don't understand. A simple altercation. He almost killed Bakugo. All Might spat back, not liking that the blame had been put upon him. And that warranted him being treated like everything else he's ever done was a waste. Go fuck yourself. Nimari stood for her chair, the piece of furniture clattering on the ground. Katsuki Bakugo is a piece of human garbage. How he made it into the hero program is fucking unbelievable. Why is it that when Bakugo was kidnapped we did absolutely everything to get him back, but when it comes to Izuku you fucking cross your eyes? We knew where Bakugo was then. So just because we don't know where Izuku is you give up? What a fucking hero you are. Had young Midoriya just handed over OFA like he was demanded, none of this would have happened. Aizawa gritted his teeth before he leapt over the table, striking Toshinori. All you care about is the fucking quirk. What about Izuku, huh? Aizawa punched Toshinori again before he was grabbed by Snipe and Present Mike. Shota, stop. You were supposed to be his mentor. You were supposed to support him no matter what. Fuck you. I want you to go and say to Eri that you'll find her papa knowing you're not even a step closer. But you won't, you piece of shit. The other teachers hadn't seen Aizawa so angry before, it was frightening. Nemuri too tried to attack but she was stopped by Smintos. The room had been reduced to anger-filled arguments. It was clear that the bond between the heroes was broken. Nezu had attempted to calm the room down but it was to no avail. He had nothing he could say to quell the anger, and even before he could come up with something, a ping alerted him to an email from his computer. Opening the email, he did not recognize the sender, but the heading of the email caught his attention. It was a livestream that was playing to every video streaming site in the country. Deku's retirement was what the title read, and Nezu, looking to his staff, yelled, "Everyone, there's a lead on Midoriya." Everyone who had been fighting froze until Aizawa looked to Nezu. "Play it now." Nodding, Nezu shared his computer screen with the main TV inside the war room. Clicking to join the stream, the heroes were greeted by a black screen and the sounds of struggled breathing. Izuku's bloodshot eyes drooped. His chest, his legs, his entire being ached in terrible pain. His body dripped with fresh blood. The skin on his stomach and chest was slashed open by one of Toga's knives. His clothes were no more than tatters, and whatever wasn't covered in blood turned purple by trauma or was missing from Shigaraki's disintegration. He didn't know what day it was, whether it was daytime or night. Those were privileges he wasn't allowed. His mother lay in front of him. He had seen her violated and beaten. Like him, she had been carved up and treated no more as a toy. She was already unconscious, and only her shallow breathing told him she was alive, though part of him wished she wasn't. His breaths were heavy in ragged courtesy of Toga stabbing his lung during. He tried to forget. Toga had used him, the lunatic, claiming she had wanted his children. As such, she raped him constantly, hour after hour, until he was just a shell. The urge to cry made his eyes wet with tears, but they refused to fall. There was no point anymore. Eri, he mumbled her name. The bright smiling face of his daughter forced his own to appear. He missed her so much. All he wanted was to hold her in his arms once more. A bitter chuckle came from his mouth. Everything was so unfair. He was born quirkless, making him destined to fail. Then he met All Might and gained a chance to make the world better, only for it to be stripped away. Izuku could only feel his anger, the pain fading into the background. They're probably celebrating that the monster is gone. Friends, what a joke. She's probably with him again. Izuku's head dropped low. If he saw me now, he'd laugh. Please, just someone. He hoped someone would save him, but he knew that it was impossible. Izuku, we've come to get you. Izuku scrunched his eyes, his head looking up to see Aizawa. Senator, say. He swept his head around, finding the League apprehended. He hadn't even noticed anything. That's right. Come on, problem child, let's get you out of here. Eri's been waiting for you. Izuku felt the binds on his wrists loosen, but he struggled to get up. Luckily, Aizawa helped him. Leaning on Aizawa's shoulder, he looked to find his mom being placed on a stretcher by a team of paramedics. When did they still got you full of drugs? Don't try to think about everything all at once, take your time. It's all right now. Izuku felt reassured by Aizawa's words as he closed his eyes, falling asleep. He could finally rest. Beep, beep, beep. Asterisk. Izuku opened his eyes to a pure white room, a hospital. Sitting up, Izuku looked at several IVs which were hooked up to his bandaged body. Distracted, he barely noticed the door to his room squeak until a small voice yelled out, "Papa, Eri." He snapped to attention, watching his little girl run to him in tears. She rapidly climbed the bed before she dove into him. It stung for obvious reasons, but his happiness subdued the pain. "Papa, Eri sobbed, only clinging onto Izuku harder than ever, as if he were going to disappear again. Izuku hugged Eri back tightly, pushing her head into the crook of his neck. "Don't worry, Eri. Papa won't ever leave you again." Closing his eyes, Izuku smiled before a hand roughly grabbed his hair. "Wake up. We can't have you sleeping for the grand finale." What? No, he wasn't saved. That was just a dream. Izuku cried. He just wanted to see her again. He wanted this pain to stop. "Don't cry, Izu. Oh, I know. What if we brought that little brat Eri here for this? Wouldn't you be happy to see her again? Don't you fucking touch a hair on her head." Izuku growled with his options limit. He bit at Toga's forearm, drawing blood before he spat the liquid in her face. You bitch. Izuku groaned as a knife implanted itself in his gut. Stop Toga, we can't kill him yet. TCH. Fine. Izuku felt the back of his chair being grabbed before he was dragged into a bright spotlight. In front of him, a camera covered with a black cloth could be seen. Shigaraki then stood in front of him, blocking his body from the camera. Then the cover was pulled off. Welcome everyone to the retirement party of the one and only up-and-coming hero in training, Deku. Izuku stared into the camera, giving a small bloody grin. This was a public execution. So this is the message. A fist struck Izuku across the jaw as Compress pulled his head back. Hey, don't you know it's impolite to not introduce yourself? Now, what's your name? Izuku Midoriya. And who do you hate? Izuku paused. Who did he hate? That question had too many answers. He hated Katsuki Bakugo, the bully who made his childhood hell. He hated Kai Chisaki for torturing his daughter. He hated All Might, the hypocritical bastard responsible for so much bloodshed, intentional or not. He hated Uraraka, the cheating bitch. He hated his class, the two-faced backstabbers. He hated the LOV, rather he hated every villain like them, Muscular, Mustard, the Yakuza. They kill and take everything from innocent people. It's people like them who tortured him and his mother, violated an innocent woman and threatened a small child. They were no better than dogs. Heroes put them away only for them to escape and kill again. If he could, he would slaughter them like pigs. Fuck you. That response wasn't favored as Dabi, wielding a crowbar, batted at his knee, the bone shattering. Izuku refused to scream, biting his lip until it bled, defiantly glaring at his captors. His rage kept him awake, and right now he was only being given more reasons to kill them all. Seems like you don't understand the position you're in. Compress nodded to the dark corner and Kurogiri opened a portal and Inko dropped onto the floor in front of Izuku. She was still naked, covered in filth along with her blood. Izuku's head was locked into place and he watched his pained mother look at him as she gave a small smile. Her lips moved and he read what she was trying to say. I love you. Izuku's eyes teared up again, as Spinner came into view, in his hand a long sleek knife. His face looked pained, but Izuku watched as the lizard man grabbed Inko by the hair before slitting her throat. Izuku's tears fell and his chest heaved rapidly as if the breath in his already damaged lungs was forced out of him. I'll hunt you all. I'll fucking kill you all. Izuku howled, his quirk activating for a split second with blood-red lightning radiating around him. Izuku snapped the binding on his right arm before he grabbed Compress by the neck. Squeezing, he attempted to kill the villain, but before he could, Toga jumped onto his back, injecting him in the neck with a tranquilizer. Izuku kept squeezing, his arm being hit by Compress while Dabi struck at his stomach with the crowbar. Yet he kept trying, his grip weakening as the tranquilizer started kicking in. Slowly he lost all control, his quirk dying out and Compress dropping from his grip. Izuku quickly became disorientated as he fell into the puddle of his mother's blood. He was lifted back into his chair rather quickly and strapped back in, his mind still confused with the drug running through his system. That was rude. Seems like punishment is in order, but since it's your farewell party, I suppose we can do this differently. Now everyone listen and watch closely, this is where the party starts. First came the beatings. Izuku was pummeled with fists, feet, crowbars, and knives slashing away at his skin, breaking his bones. Izuku could hardly breathe as his left lung collapsed and his ribs splintered. His shoulder was shattered by Dabi, his left hand stabbed by Toga, and more reasons to skin them alive came to Izuku. He refused to scream, he wouldn't die until he gets his revenge. Then came Toga's own time. He remembered being injected with several drugs and being on the brink of overdose as Toga had her way with his unwilling body. He didn't feel pleasure, only disgust. She dug her knife, etching where his heart rests the letter H. A twisted way to brand him as hers. Had his mouth not been taped, he would have bitten her tongue off and watched her bleed out. Through all his torture he glared. His mother, he will avenge her wrongful death. She should have lived to see him become a hero, to see her granddaughter become an adult. She should have died happily at an old age, but these monsters. They took that away from her. Eri was the only Midoriya left, and he would not let her suffer the same fate. He vowed to himself as the pain was injected directly into his brain. His mind was consumed by the need for vengeance. He wasn't going to be saved. He knew this better than anyone else. Izuku's perception warped. He didn't even know how much time passed before Toga had stopped. Now he stared into the camera as Shigaraki made his exit, pushing the camera over and onto its side. Izuku watched them throw gasoline all around him, on the walls, on the floor, everywhere. Apologies, but now the show must end. Goodbye Deku, I hope your retirement is a peaceful one. The group left out a small door revealing daylight. Dabi lagged behind the rest as his hand sparked with blue fire. Leading to the door was a trail of gasoline, so he leaned down, placing the fire near the liquid. At once the entire room was covered in flames and Yojiku finally saw that he had been stored in a warehouse. Sitting there he rocked his chair side to side before he fell. The chair, which had already been strained the past month, broke into pieces. Slipping out he crawled towards his mother's body, spotting several steel drums that were marked with a symbol. A bitter and cruel grin spread across his face as his hand touched Inko's body. Izuku looked at the camera one final time and his grin persisted. Boo chzzzzzzz. Asterisk. It was loud and it was bright. A single explosion of blue flame consumed the video as the feed cut out entirely. There was no sound, no visual, nothing, just a still black screen. The heroes had yet to say a word, their minds processing what they had just seen. Seconds passed until Nimari opened her mouth, tears threatening to fall. Izuku. No. Her pain scream reverberated throughout the room as she dropped to her knees. Her hands gripped her hair tightly, face twisting in anguish. Aizawa blinked. He seemed shell-shocked, having seen his student die. This can't be. He put a hand to his head, feeling faint. He stumbled, banging his hip into the desk. He'd seen death before, but this. He wanted to cry, to yell, but he couldn't. Nezu. The principal sat still before he rapidly started typing on his computer. The rat seemed frantic as he shouted out to the heroes, "Everyone focus. I'm tracing the video's location. You all need to calm yourself." Aizawa shook his head, trying to clear his mind. He had to find Izuku and he couldn't do it like this. It was with that in mind that he became aware of the situation once more. Nimari, however, couldn't snap out of her despair. Seeing Izuku's torture and execution was just too much for the hero. She couldn't focus. She knew she had a job to do, but her mind kept racing back to Izuku. His smile, his presence, and then how broken he was, how he yelled in anger, and how his last moments were him next to Inko's dead body. No. Please, Izuku. She could only break down in front of her colleagues. I've got a location. Police, firefighters, and paramedics have already begun making their way there. Where is it? Aizawa looked at the principal. Any second he wasn't told was a second wasted. It's Naruhata, in the abandoned district near the outskirts. Aizawa knew the place like the back of his hand, having been there in his past. It made perfect sense. There were a lot of abandoned buildings and not very many people lived there other than vagrants and villains. He cursed himself for not checking the place more thoroughly when Izuku was missing, but he couldn't think about that now. Grabbing a chair, he bashed it against the window, shattering the glass before he jumped out. Snipe. Hound dog. Follow after Aizawa and make sure you find Midoriya. Move. Aizawa pushed past the police line that formed in front of him, his face filled with panic when he saw the collapsed warehouse. The fire had been mostly put out, but that didn't serve to provide any comfort. Rushing to the collapsed parts, he pushed and lifted whatever rubble was in the way. Izuku. He yelled out his student's name in the hope that the boy would respond, but he got nothing other than silence. He lifted pieces until he came across a body. Freezing, he quickly inspected the body. It was obviously female, meaning that Izuku was still somewhere around here. Mrs. Midoriya. He would mourn her death and his failure later. For now he pushed on. He moved from section to section, but he failed to find any clue. There wasn't any blood or clothing left. But the absence of such evidence didn't mean that everything was fine. Izuku was hurt and died, or potentially he was still taken captive by the League. The unknown brought forth a well of anger. Hound dog. Can you track Midoriya's scent? The League's. Hound dog sniffed the floor and air, but all the hero could smell was smoke. Any smell had been overshadowed by the chemicals which exploded. I can't. The smoke is covering up everything. Just try, goddammit. Aizawa breathed, trying to stay calm, but he just couldn't. It was his fault. He allowed Izuku to leave campus. It was all his fault. Please, Izuku. He couldn't face Eri and tell her that her papa died. He can't. Snipe. I got nothing. Maybe he isn't here. Maybe the video was edited. Faked somehow. Snipe seemed to be grasping for straws as he saw Aizawa desperately searching within the rubble. Snipe couldn't stand seeing the usually composed teacher like this, so rushing over, Snipe pulled Aizawa back. Aizawa, calm yourself down. Aizawa grit his teeth before he shook off Snipe's grip. Going off pure instinct, he wrapped his scarf around Snipe's body before taking him to the ground. Raising his fist, he was just about to strike Snipe when his fist was stopped by Hound Dog. Get a hold of yourself. You aren't going to help Midoriya like this. Fuck. Unwrapping Snipe, Aizawa put both hands over his face. Come on, let's give our statements and get back to UA. We need to let the others know. Aizawa sighed. Okay. Aizawa swallowed a lump in his throat as he stood at the door of the war room within UA. Opening the door, he stepped inside, all eyes going to him. Shota, you found him, right? You found Izuku. Nimari was the first to question the man, but he hadn't responded. He stared at Nimari, who had tear streaks running down her face, her blue eyes clearly hoping for the answer he didn't have. We didn't find him. The heartbreak that ran through Nimari's face was clear to see. You just didn't check hard enough. Nimari attempted to push past Aizawa and run out the door, but the hero caught her. Stop. I searched as thoroughly as I could. There weren't any clues of him there. Hound Dog couldn't find a scent. So you gave up. I won't. Move out of my way. I wanted to find him, Nimari. I tried to. Don't you say I gave up. Aizawa yelled in Nimari's face. I never gave up. I still haven't. Nimari glared at Aizawa, her tears matching the fierce anger on her face. Nimari shoved Aizawa off before sitting down. He's still out there. So no clues, not even any articles of clothing? Nezu inquired once more, his eyes focused on the computer in front of him. No, there's nothing. I see. Nezu paused and shook his head. Then it's either Midoriya is still captive by the League or he was incinerated by the blast. Judging from the video, either way, I believe that Midoriya is. He's dead. Toshinori finished what Nezu was saying. He's not dead. Izuku is stronger than all of us combined. He's alive and he's out there. I won't stop until I find him. Nimari yelled from her seat. She refused to believe he was dead. Izuku is better than all of us. There's no way he's dead. I agree with Nimari. I believe the League is still holding him captive. Aizawa sided with Nimari. He wouldn't believe Izuku was dead until he saw it with his own eyes. You can't just say that after what we just saw. With those injuries, it's only a matter of time. Toshinori argued. He felt bad that his successor died, but he was more concerned with OFA. AFO was still alive, so that meant OFA was still needed in this world. If you say he's dead one more time. Silence. Before another fight could break out, Nezu quieted them down. It pained the principal to say what he was about to, but it was something that needed to be brought up. While I agree both theories are possible, there comes the matter of reporting this. Virtually nobody could survive an explosion while being in the center of it. I don't want to say this, but when it comes to letting our students know about the situation, it must be reported that Izuku Midoriya died today. Nezu, quiet. There are many students in this school who would endanger themselves in order to pursue the League if they are told that Midoriya is being held captive by them. When we first reported Midoriya and his mother missing, several people pleaded to join the search, such as the Big Three and Class 1B. Back then they had no idea who had taken Midoriya or if he was taken at all. What do you think will happen if they believe the League is responsible? As a principal, it's my duty to protect my students. I have failed with Midoriya, but I won't allow any more students to die. But reporting him dead? This is a necessary action that needs to be taken. I'm sorry, but I want you all to bring your students to the auditorium. Once there we will announce the news. Aizawa and Nomori stayed silent before the underground heroes stormed out of the room. This is bullshit. Aizawa couldn't think, he only headed straight to his private office. Entering the room, he lashed out. Fuck, it's all my fault. Aizawa flipped his desk over, spilling everything on the ground. Picking up his chair, he threw it at the window glass, spilling onto the floor. He thrashed his office like an animal, breaking anything that entered his line of sight. I let him leave that day. I sent him off to his death. If only I stopped him. Tears fell from Aizawa's eyes and his rampage grew tamer and slower. He hit the wall, turning over as he dropped to the floor. He couldn't stop the small sobs coming from his mouth. It should have been me at that warehouse. Why? Why was it Izuku? The boy could have been the best hero to grace this planet. So much growth, so much potential, all gone to waste. Aizawa thought of the boy, and how he was being tortured and kept captive by the League. Then Eri popped into his head. Dear God. What am I going to tell her? He promised he would find Izuku. Straight to Eri's face. She believed him. She smiled at him and told him she believed that he would. Najire sat at her desk. In her hands, strands of white hair overlapped each other, making tight braids. The periwinkle-haired girl let out a small sigh. It's been a month and there was still no word from or about Izuku. It had been a shock to hear the boy had gone missing, and for Najire it was worrying. Even when she was told, she didn't believe Izuku had just up and left, not with Eri in his life. She knew better than anyone just how much Izuku loved Eri. That was why she always found it suspicious. She was depressed, she missed him, and her heart ached every time she woke up only to find out he still hadn't returned, but her pain was minuscule compared to Eri. Looking at her pseudo-daughter, Najire opened her mouth, her voice laced with concern. Eri? Are you okay? I'm okay. Eri refused to look back, and in her arms, clutched tightly, was the green bunny Izuku had gotten for her. Her voice was quiet and Najire frowned hearing how low it was. Ever since Izuku had gone missing, Eri had become what seemed like a shell of herself, reminiscent of how she was when she lived with Overhaul. It made Najire want to cry. She hated seeing Eri like this. She tried her best to support Eri with help from Mei, Reiko, Itsuka, and Nomori, but nothing got her to go back to how she was. The group of mothers had tried and tried, but it was obvious that only Izuku could truly bring her smile back. Najire, focusing back on Eri's hair, heard the speaker within the classroom turn on, alerting everyone. All students report to the auditorium. Principal Nezu has an announcement to make. Please wait until your teachers have cleared you. It was sudden, but Najire's heart jumped. Is this about Izuku? Did they find him? Her head screamed these questions and a smile appeared on her face as she lifted Eri into her arms. Looking at Mirio and Imajiki, the two gave their own smiles. Class 1A, the top hero class within UA, sat at their seats. Having heard the announcement, many of them had already packed their bags just in case the announcement took long. As they were just ready to leave, the door to the classroom opened, and Aizawa stepped inside. Jiro was the first to notice Aizawa's irregular heartbeat, but the rest quickly noticed that Aizawa looked horrible. All of you go to the auditorium. Aizawa-sensei, are you alright? It was Iida who received a blood-curdling glare. Tenya Iida, my health is of no concern to you. Report to the auditorium now. The teacher was beyond pissed and the class was almost too afraid to move. Even Bakugo had recoiled at Aizawa's raised voice. Quickly they rushed out of the room, not wanting to warrant any more anger from their teacher. They were all confused, though some of the more perceptive reasoned it may be about Midoriya. Either way, they made their way to the auditorium. In Class 1B, events played out in a rather similar way. The students packed their bags as advised by their class representative, but they still spoke curiously about the news. I wonder what this announcement is about. Itsuka couldn't help but wonder as she looked at Reiko, who seemed to be lost in her thoughts. Perhaps something spooky happened. Reiko answered vaguely. She didn't know what it was about, but it was no doubt important. You think it's about Green? I mean, he's been miss. Setsuna spoke out before she covered her mouth, looking at Reiko and Itsuka, who looked a bit pained at her words. Sorry, I didn't. It's all right. The class quickly went silent. It was fairly obvious to everyone that both Reiko and Itsuka had feelings for Class A's golden boy. It had become obvious from the way they constantly looked after Eri as if she were their daughter. However, the first indicator was when Izuku's absence was made public to them. The two were the first to act, and Reiko had actually yelled at their teacher Vlad in order to try and join the search parties. It was then that they all knew. Before the awkwardness set in, the door opened with Vlad stepping in with a solemn look on his face which didn't look good. Is everyone ready? It's important that we attend this assembly. Yes, we are. Answering for her class, Itsuka stepped forward. Her class lined up behind her with Reiko leading them. Well then, let's go. Clangs of metal could be heard loudly as May worked furiously on one of her inventions, or as she loved to call them, her babies. In a time like this it was the only thing to distract her, this and Eri. Though many thought it wouldn't have affected her, Izuku's disappearance had done more damage than even she thought it would. Every day she found herself almost giving into the urge to go to his dorm and ask him to prototype one of her babies. A common excuse she made in order to hang out with him, but then she was forced to remember that he wasn't there. Covered in grime, she refused to look anywhere as her workshop was littered with upgrades that she had drafted up with Izuku, along with a new hero suit and gloves that she had prepared for him. He had promised to visit her workshop a day before he went missing. It was only when he didn't show up that she knew something was up. She had investigated all his hangout and training spots only to find them emptied. Izuku wasn't one to break a promise, and she knew that. She blushed. His smile whenever he said that he'll visit always got to her. She wished he was here right now. She missed his nagging about how she should eat properly and get more sleep. Hatsume. Oh, Powerloader Sensei. Didn't you hear the announcement? Confused May thought about it before Powerloader shook his head. You were probably working, but come on, we need to go. What is this announcement about? May decided had it not been important to her then she would go. She still needed to work on her babies afterward. Powerloader sighed. It's about Midoriya. What? Did something happen? Did you find him? May put down her wrench, quickly wiping whatever oil stains she had off. All will be explained at the assembly, come on. The auditorium room shuffled as students flooded in through the doors. All classes, no matter grade or subject, had gathered inside. Each student took their seat waiting for the assembly to commence. Eri looked through the crowd from Najire's lap, her red eyes searching for one person in particular. Aizawa, who had spotted her first, walked through the small aisle before reaching her. He prepared himself as Eri gave him a small smile. Uncle Aizawa. Did you find Papa? All preparation had disappeared the moment he looked into her eyes. His outstretched hand, which had gone to stroke Eri's head, paused, shaking. Eri. He opened his mouth, but the words wouldn't come out as he put his hand down, making a fist. He couldn't say he was sorry. He couldn't say anything that wouldn't be a lie or comforting, so he stayed silent. Eri wanted to ask again, but she was quieted by someone clearing their throat. On the main stage, Nezu held a microphone in his paw, and the principal looked solemn as he spoke. Good afternoon, students. As many of you are aware, a month ago Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A was reported missing along with his mother. Recent events have brought to light the condition of both Inko and Izuku Midoriya. It is with heavy regret that I must inform you that Inko Midoriya and Izuku Midoriya have been found dead. Their cause of death is unknown and foul play has not been determined. No one spoke a word. All were scared to break the silence. Eri was frozen still, her mind trying to comprehend what she was just told. Her eyes watered with fresh tears, and with trembling lips she looked to Aizawa. You uncle. Papa is coming back, right? Why, you promised. Aizawa tried to hold himself together, but he was losing quickly. All around others looked to their friends, making sure that what they heard was true. Reiko and Itsuka got many concerned stares from their friends, but they were far too occupied to notice them. Reiko kept her emotionless stare, but that facade crumbled as tears fell down her cheeks. Itsuka had put a hand over her mouth, her body hunched over like she was about to throw up. May hugged herself, chuckling, caught in a cycle of cynical disbelief. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't. She could only think that had she improved her babies made for Izuku, the boy could have lived. Najire's head was spinning. She couldn't make heads or tails of what she heard, but her heart felt as though it was being squeezed by a vice grip. She hadn't noticed the tears falling on her clothes as Eri spoke once more. Where's Papa? Eri was close to having a panic attack. The poor girl's heart couldn't handle this as her tears increased. Uncle UP promised. Where's Papa? Hick, where? She screamed, her voice breaking as she stared at Aizawa, the man letting his own tears out. Papa. Grandma. She screamed for anyone. She couldn't be the last Midoriya. She never had a family until they showed up, without them. Papa is still there, he's waiting for me. Eri hyperventilated, her entire body shaking. Before she ran, she only had one place in mind. Running past Aizawa, the man tried to grab her, but he was too late. She ran towards the door as fast as her feet could carry her, but before she could make it out, Nomori grabbed a hold of her, bringing her into a hug. The woman cried as Eri struggled in her grasp. Papa, Papa. Nomori held the girl tight, her heart shattering at the pure desperation in Eri's face. She could see the girl's soul breaking little by little and she couldn't do anything to stop it. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She could only apologize as she activated her quirk. Eri's struggles slowed until the girl fell unconscious. Namori wiped her tears before leaving with Eri in her arms. She couldn't stay there anymore. Though many grieved for Izuku's death, there was one who lacked such sympathy. Katsuki Bakugo grinned, hiding his laughter. "Damn, Deku finally got what he deserves. Always getting in my way, thinking he was better. Well, who's better now? Now he and his bitch can rot in hell. Don't worry, Deku, I'll be the #1 hero and live the life I deserve." Nezu looked at the crowd before gripping the microphone. "I understand if time is needed to grieve. Class will be paused for an indefinite amount of time until you're all ready to resume. I wish there was happier news I can share, but unfortunately, there isn't, and for that I'm sorry. I caution all of you to stay inside the campus and not venture out. For those in work studies, your supervising heroes will be notified. This assembly is dismissed." Slowly students left, with some, notably Najire, Itsuka, Reiko, and Mei, remaining in pure silence. They didn't look at anyone or anything. They were all trapped within their own heads, and that perhaps was the worst place to be. Once most people left, only one remained in the auditorium. Aizawa stared at the empty spaces, Eri's eyes that were filled with hate at his betrayal staring back at him. He betrayed her, he betrayed Izuku. I should have never let him go. Aizawa turned to leave. He didn't deserve to be a teacher or a mentor. "Papa." "Hick, Grandma." Eri hugged her stuffed bunny tight, her eyes shut and face buried in the pillow of Izuku's bed. She whimpered within Nemori's embrace, the woman laying with her in the bed. Namori had brought her back to Izuku's dorm as it was the only thing she could think of. Namori tried to soothe Eri, but she too wasn't in the best of conditions. Unlike the other girls, she had seen how Izuku died, how he was tortured. A part of her was glad they didn't know. They wouldn't have to know how Izuku's last moments were filled with pain. "Why am I?" She questioned herself. She was thinking about Izuku as if he was dead. They didn't find a body nor any clues. He's still alive. I know it. Will Papa C come back? Eri's low-spoken voice wasn't missed, and Namori, placing a hand on Eri's cheek, turned the girl's head so that her blue eyes were staring into red ones. "Eri, your papa is strong. I know he wouldn't leave you. I know he'll come back." Namori paused, giving off a smile. "Until then I'll take care of you, so when your papa does come back he'll be happy his little snowball can still smile." Picking up Eri, she laid on her back with Eri on top of her chest. "Mama will take care of you." Eri sniffled before digging her head into Namori. "Papa." It was hot. The blue flames burned themselves in his emerald eyes. His fingers glided along the dead flesh of his mother. Her blood was slightly cold and dark as it swirled and mixed with his. "I won't." The fire expanded and he could count the time he had left with his fingers. He let out a breath, red lightning surging as the bloody corpse was lifted. "I won't die," he yelled, his mouth filled with blood as he turned his entire body. His legs creaked and his feet planted themselves unsteadily. There was so much pain, but he stubbornly refused to give in. Izuku watched as the steel drum groaned, his mother's body a shield as an explosion shook the foundation. He could feel the heat almost reach him, only being stopped by his mother. Once the smell of burning flesh and hair hit his nose, his grip on Inko's body loosened. He pushed off with his legs, pumping every ounce of strength he had left as he was lifted off with the explosion. His back had hit a wall, but instead of stopping, he went through, his back being shredded as pieces of concrete acted like shrapnel. The rays of sunlight were all Izuku could see as he flew through the air. He didn't know where he was headed nor where he would land. He only closed his eyes, waiting. The rush of air he felt should have been comforting, knowing that he was free from that hellhole, but it didn't. His mother didn't feel this, and to him, it was more of a reminder that he failed. He, a quirkless nobody, had lived instead of her. The rush of air served to only fuel his anger. Opening his eyes, Izuku turned so that his left shoulder aimed downward. He could feel the shift in the air, indicating he was coming closer to the ground. By the scenery, it was easy to tell he had flown far enough to leave whatever city he was in and enter the forest. He had put everything into his jump, and with the explosion only propelling him, it was no wonder he had no idea where he was at. Bracing himself, Izuku covered his head as he broke through a cluster of trees. He hit fast and hard, branches snapped and slashed at his skin, gouging even deeper cuts than before. Trying to reduce the impact, Izuku tried to grab anything to stop his descent, but with his momentum, He only succeeded in dislocating his right arm in an attempt to grab onto a tree branch. Nothing could stop him as he made contact with the ground, his body rolling and skidding on top of the grass. After a few seconds, Izuku came to a stop hitting the base of another tree. He could feel more of his ribs break. Clenching his fist, his body scrunched until he lay in the fetal position. He let out an ear-piercing scream. The stabs, the disintegration, the bludgeoning, it all hurt beyond what he thought possible. It wasn't just the physical pain, his mind was broken. He watched as his mother was raped and killed in front of him. He was violated and toyed with. He was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to butcher the league in the most painful way possible. He lay there screaming, soft sobs coming from his lips. "I'll find them. I'll kill them all." He beat his left fist on the ground, causing more pain to shoot into his body. He eventually stopped and the fatigue from his blood loss had finally hit him. What good was his promise if he died here? With no other option, he leaned on the tree, pulling himself up. His broken knee made it hard and painful. Reaching his feet, Izuku took a breather, his head turning to his dislocated arm. Turning over, he hissed, moving his arm before he bashed his shoulder against the tree, trying to fix it. Crack! Izuku shook as his shoulder was forcibly put back into its socket. With his arm better than it was, he limped forward. The blood that stained his skin kept flowing down, making a small trail as he kept going. Using any tree he could, he kept moving. He had no clue where in the forest he was or if he was facing the direction of any city. Either way, he didn't have time to find out. Ripping apart the few remains of his clothing, he tied the makeshift bandage around his abdomen where most of Toga's cuts had been done. Coughing, Izuku spit out a glob of blood, his chest stinging in pain. He could barely breathe properly, his broken body had already begun failing him. "Those animals. I'll kill them. I'll skin them alive until they scream for death." Izuku's vision had started blurring and his thoughts became jumbled up. He was losing blood fast. He kept walking until his eyes saw a dark cavern. He wasn't sure if it was even real. His sleep deprivation and lack of blood had caused his perception to decline. Still, he ventured inside the cold interior, making his already pale and freezing body even colder. He licked his lips, thirst making itself known as his throat dried. Tired, he was so very tired, he wanted to close his eyes, but a part of him screamed not to. It told him if he closed his eyes now he wouldn't ever open them again. He didn't know how long he walked down the winding tunnels before his ears picked up the sound of small splashes as if something were being thrown into a pond. He followed the sound until he arrived at a small pit of what looked like water. This water was peculiar, however, as it glowed with an almost toxic green. Izuku smacked his lips. The only thing he wanted was water. He moved, but he couldn't get far. His body already had started shutting down as the boy fell to the floor coughing up blood. He couldn't walk, so he crawled, his nails chipped as he dragged himself towards the pit. Izuku needed to live. He needed to avenge his mom, to protect Eri. Izuku's eyes drained of color as he reached the water. His injuries had caught up to him and he couldn't handle it anymore. His body slipped and splashed into the green water. His corpse sunk and small bubbles escaped to the surface until they stopped. Everything was quiet. For minutes nothing moved or made a sound until a crackle of red lightning bounced off the surface of the water. Another bolt appeared after the first before more and more started forming. The water boiled as the lightning increased in strength. The lightning broke its self-containment as it struck the surrounding walls, chipping away at the rocks that made them. The water rippled and shook, splashing violently as a figure broke its surface. Gara ahhhhh. Izuku let out a feral yell, his eyes crazed. The wounds that had killed him healed, leaving only scarring. He grabbed his wet hair, thrashing violently, his body flaring in pain. His muscles looked more defined than they should be and his height was taller than it ever was before. Such a rapid change had caused unbearable amounts of pain, as if his body was mulched and recycled several times. Throwing up copious amounts of the green water emptied itself, returning to the pit. Izuku panicked, his body acting on its own. With what looked to be OFA activated, he ran at a speed greater than ever before. He had left the pit with only a flash of red. In his panic, he had run down one of the many tunnels that had branched to where the pit rested. He had no sense of direction. He only went as far as his legs carried him until he was forced to stop. With the small amount of light coming from OFA, he saw a large metal door. Confused, he looked around, but he had no other option other than to see what was behind it. Jamming his fingers into the small gap between the two separated plates of metal, he pushed with all his strength. The metal creaked, protesting the forceful entrance, but Izuku kept going until light could be seen through the small crack. Even with his quirk activated, the door refused to budge, clearly having been made to resist such force in the first place. It was intriguing, but it wasn't the time to be impressed. Budging it open just enough to where his body could fit, Izuku forced himself through, covering his eyes as several lights blinded him. When his eyes adjusted, Izuku marveled at the space he was in. Weapons of every kind littered the wall, and vehicles armored and equipped with weapons sat still. If that wasn't all, the entire room was covered in technology. He had never seen anything like this. It was obvious that this entire place was man-made, as the surrounding walls differed from the naturally formed rocky texture of whatever cave he had stumbled in. It was sleek and manufactured, almost alien. Not even on an island did he see anything close to this. Where am I? He started trying to search for anything that remotely resembled something he knew before his eyes rested on a single door. He didn't know why it caught his attention, but the red bat symbol that was stamped on the sleek metal drew him in. Walking to the door, he looked for the handle only to see none. Trying anything, he tried to slide the door and even push it open, but it was only when he laid his hand on the bat symbol that something happened. A light flashed underneath his hand, seemingly scanning it before a robotic voice called out to him. Handprint identification failed. Biometric security. He didn't know how, nor did he have the time to try and hack his way through, so Izuku opted for brute force. Looking for anything to stick between the metal and the wall, he saw a crowbar. Izuku stepped back, his mind flashed to the times he and his mother were beaten by the very same tool. His anger rose again, remembering their faces. Despite his internal hatred for such a tool, he grabbed a hold of it. Angling the crowbar, he activated OFA, now noticing the color change. He thought it odd but didn't question it. Jamming the chisel into the small gap, Izuku pushed on the crowbar using all his strength and weight, just as how it was for the main door. This one was similarly durable, perhaps only just a bit weaker. After a painstaking 15 minutes, he finally budged the door open. Stepping inside, Izuku watched as several automatic lights came to life, lighting up a large workshop area. Tools were organized and ready for use, but what attracted Izuku's attention the most were several display cases showcasing different costumes. Was this a hero's base? Izuku walked to one of the display cases, placing his hand on the glass. He stared at the black plated armor and the intimidating red helmet. His eyes traced every detail as he tried to remember if he had ever seen a hero wear such armor. Turning, he tried to look for any indicators of whose place he had infiltrated. His eyes looked to the tables before spotting a computer, or what looked like one. Walking up to it, he turned the screen on it, lighting up with the same bat symbol before words appeared on the screen. Welcome, Red Hood. Izuku was now sure this wasn't anyone he has ever heard of. Despite the breach of privacy, he scrubbed through the files on the computer, trying to understand his situation. By doing this, he was made aware of who Red Hood was: an intern, Jason Todd, a vigilante, most known from the pre-quirk era. Izuku was astounded at what he saw: files detailing all the vigilantes' training, weapons, martial arts, and workouts. There wasn't anything that wasn't revealed. Izuku had only stopped looking when the files had come to an end. Sitting down, Izuku looked at the displayed armors. Red Hood. The vigilante had lived a past similar and, in Izuku's opinion, worse than his, yet he still strived for justice after his resurrection. Looking at his body, Izuku's eyes fell to the scarred H on his skin. Red Hood was an agent of vengeance, of true vengeance. Perhaps it was only with Red Hood that his mother could be. Izuku sat staring at the ceiling. He didn't have a lot of choices. Rather, most of them could only lead to more misery. He could return to UA to reunite with his daughter, but then he would have to give up OFA, and being quirkless was essentially a death sentence. Without a quirk, he wouldn't be able to protect Eri, much less himself, and if the League were to find out he lived, they would no doubt hunt him down. Then there was the other option, Red Hood. Izuku was sure he was reported dead. The details of how he didn't know, nor did he care, but he was dead. By taking Red Hood's image and name, he could avenge his mother and protect the only family he has left. The League was dangerous. They had already threatened to harm Eri before, and the insane don't need a reason to act on their threats. He couldn't just jail them either. He always knew it, but the justice system in this society never worked. They lock up killers only for them to escape and kill again. All for One was a prime example. The bastard enslaved this country for centuries, and yet none of his predecessors killed him, only fought him back while innocents were caught in the crossfire. He couldn't let Shigaraki and the League live, they were nothing more than animals. What they did to his mother and to him was unforgivable. Mom, she deserved so much better than what she got. She deserved a son worthy of her love. He should have protected her no matter what it took, he should have saved her, but he didn't. Her honor, her life, everything was taken from her in an unjust way. She was killed like an animal. He couldn't go through it again. He couldn't see his daughter in the same position. Izuku's choice was already made, he didn't have to deliberate nor question himself further. Standing, he faced the display case he touched earlier. His reflection melded with the red helmet, making them one. Izuku Midoriya had died, the hero Deku had been incinerated, and all that remained was the red hood. The day was an ugly one. The sky, gray with dark clouds covering the area the sun had tried to shine through. The grass and dirt soaked by the constant falling of rain. Aizawa tightened his jaw, blank eyes staring at his muddied all-black dress shoes. His focus purely on what he thought was the most important part of his attire. He did not want to recognize the muffled sobs that took up the atmosphere, nor did he want to hear the words of the elderly man near him, spouting off words like peace, loss, and God. He hated the last word especially, for what God would allow this? Finally he forced his gaze upward, catching the shining gloss of two dark mahogany coffins dangling over dark pits. A strained sigh came from his lips, his hands shoved into the pockets of his dress pants. Shish. It's okay, Eri. Glancing to the right, he spotted where the muffled sobs had been coming from. Eri, the young girl cuddled into Namori's embrace. Both the older woman and child wearing black, after all it was a funeral. Clenching his hidden fists, he put his head back down. No matter what he did, the impact of his failure would continue to haunt him. Eri was a reminder of that failure. Now, is there anyone who would like to say a few words about the deceased? The elderly man from before spoke loudly, one hand clutching a Bible and the other a rosary. A priest by all account, his attire only solidifying this notion. A minute passed and not one person had stepped forward. Many didn't want to and others were still grieving. Finally he took the step forward, finally raising his head. I do. His feet splashed in the small puddles around him as he moved to the podium the priest had been standing behind. Taking the stand, he looked to his audience. Other than Nemuri and Eri, both heroic classes were in attendance, along with them All Might, Vlad King, Present Mike, Nezu, and lastly Mitsuki Bakugo. He noted the crying faces, a bitter thought entering his mind. Why did they even bother? His class, and All Might, had no business being here. They were part of why Izuku left that day. Still he kept his lips closed, only opening them after a moment passed. Izuku and Inko Midoriya were the best of this world. When I first met Mrs. Midoriya, I saw a woman who would sacrifice everything for her family, a woman who, despite not being rich and had little power, did everything she could to raise her son into a man. This world was robbed of a sweet woman who had done nothing wrong. He paused, thanking the rain for covering the small tears leaking from his eyes. And Izuku, the word hero didn't apply to him in the slightest, because he was much more than just another hero. I initially thought nothing of Izuku when I first saw him, but time and time again he proved not only me wrong but everyone around him wrong as well. There wasn't anyone Izuku wouldn't try to save. Aizawa looked over to Eri. The young girl, while still crying, looked him straight in the eyes. I saw Izuku save an abused and frightened girl with no regards for his safety. I saw him take care of that girl better than any other father I've seen before. And I believe he is still out there, fighting to come back to us. Aizawa finished. There were no applause because it was not needed. His words hung in the air with conviction, and those who had turned their backs on Izuku had been overcome with guilt. Stepping back, Aizawa returned to his spot on the grass. He would find Izuku, not matter what the League threw his way. Izuku stood silent, hair covered by a thick black hood, his face outfitted in a tight red mask covering the lower portion of his face. His eyes glistening with tears, a few drops streaking down towards his cheeks. I am sorry. All he could do was apologize. Hearing his daughter cry her lungs out, and Aizawa's speech had sent him to the edge. Perhaps there was a reason people claimed that there was happiness to be found in death. When you die you can't hear the cries of your family or friends. You can't watch as they break down in front of your coffin crying for you to come back. His foot inched forward. He could run down there. He could reveal that he had lived and take his daughter back into his arms. That would be what his mom wanted. He knew that becoming the Red Hood would lead him down a path of watching over his shoulder. A life where death would become a constant variable. To his mother that wasn't life, and he would agree with her. But every time he closes his eyes he could see himself back in that warehouse. Not just him but Eri, Nimari, Mei, Itsuka, Reiko, Aizawa. The list went on. He could imagine himself watching as they got tortured. He couldn't let that future come to pass, but he couldn't do what he needed to do if he revealed that he was alive. Bringing his foot back, Izuku continued watching as the funeral service came to a close. He watched everyone leave one by one, Aizawa being the last to do so. It hurt watching Eri disappear into the distance, but he knew she was in good hands. He trusted her in the hands of Nimari and the others. It was only after everyone had left did he make his approach, leaving the hillside that was just out of sight. Passing the gravestones of several other departed souls, he came to stop at his mother's grave. The coffin having already been lowered into its final resting place. Stepping toward the headstone, he placed his hand on the black marble material. He had assumed Yue paid for this funeral, and a small amount of gratefulness welled in his chest. "Sorry Mom, I know you always said you'll watch over me, but please don't watch what I'm going to do next." Taking his hand off, Izuku turned to his grave. Like his mother, he had been given a coffin. Jumping down into the pit, Izuku pried the box open, curious as to what they buried in his stead. When he finally busted it open, Izuku froze. His hero suit lay inside, along with several pictures ranging from family photos to him as a kid, but one stuck out most to him. It was a small picture of him and Eri, the two of them holding up a certificate of adoption. Fuck. He put a hand to his face. He couldn't leave this photo behind. It was a memory of who he was, and who he wanted to protect more than anyone in the world. Taking the photo in his hand, Izuku stuffed it into the pocket of the jeans he had been wearing. Slamming the lid closed, Izuku climbed out of the grave, and once he reached the outside again, he took a handful of dirt. Holding out his hand, he let the dirt fall onto the coffin. No turning back. A gloved hand pushed the black steel slide of a rifle-bore Jericho 941 with a metallic click. Its chamber loaded with .45 super round. Both gun and ammunition unregistered and illegal, yet the man holding the sidearm could care less. A red, glossy full-faced helmet, the eyes a pure white, giving no indication as to the identity of the man, whilst giving off a burning intimidation to those who witnessed it. His attire only served to accentuate the helmet, a brown leather jacket affixed over flexible and tight-fitted black-plated armor. Said armor covered every vital section of the man's body, including both his neck and down to his forearms. Black combat gloves with metal-plated knuckles, military pants of the same color fitted to his lower body, feet tucked into a pair of steel-toed combat boots. Everything from the gun in his hand, along with the one holstered on his thigh, to the razor-sharp knife sheathed on the back of his waist, and finally the pouches lining his belt holding an untold amount of items, spelled out that whoever this man was, he was not to be crossed. Slowly the man holstered the weapon in his hand, strapping the firearm to his side. His gaze from behind the helmet directed at a large building only a block away. Several people were lined up outside as a vibrant neon sign displayed the words, "The Afterlife, a gentleman's club well renowned within the red light district of Naruhata. The city abandoned by heroes. He's here." The man spoke, his voice distorted, almost robotic sounding. Without a second warning, the man's body became cloaked in red lightning. From his crouched position, his feet dug into the gravel roof before he jumped, leaping above several buildings at a speed that caused him to go unseen. It was just a few seconds before the man made his landing, now on the roof of the Afterlife. When he landed, there was no noise, the sound of his impact being reduced to nothing via the dampeners in his boots. Turning on his heel, he scanned his surrounds, spotting the 5 rooftop guards that were on standby. In their hands were rifles, most likely illegal, though their laziness was easy to see. Many of them had opted to slacking off, speaking absent-mindedly to each other. "Damn, why couldn't we be placed to guard the inside? What crazy bastard is going to go through the roof? Waste of time, we could be getting sucked off by now." You really wanna pay some cheap whore to suck you off so you can get diseases. You know what I mean. Yeah, I get it. I see what you mean, but the boss is the boss. It was mindless chatter. Taking out his knife, the man stood walking behind the first two. Slowly creeping forward the two chatting men. Brandishing the knife in his left hand, he reached with his right towards the other's neck. In one swift motion he stabbed the left guard. The blade sliced through the base of the guard's skull. In a soundless scream, the guard went limp. His partner had not been so lucky either. With a closing fist, the man snapped the right guard's neck in an instant. Still having a hold on both corpses, he slowly lowered them to the floor before ripping his knife out the guard's skull. With those two done, there was only 3 left. Quickly he dispatched the rest, using both his knife and strength to sever their ties to the real world. When everything was said and done, the people below were none the wiser. Entering the building through the roof, the man could hear the blaring music of the strip joint. Going deeper and deeper in, he caught the sight of strippers. All of them women, in their mid-20s, some even younger. He paid them no mind. Instead he searched through the pulsating shades of purple and pink lights to find his target. There you are, seated in the VIP booth with what seemed to be the best strippers money could buy around his arms, was the one and only Akira Takaoka. A drug-peddling scumbag with an interest in child phonography, and recently a man who has come into contact with the League of Villains. There was no reason for the man not to hunt down Akira, but the last part especially earned Akira the right to be at the top of the man's hit list. Unholstering his pistols, he pulled back the hammer, readying them for action. He noted the security detail around the man. 2 guards noticeably larger than the others, most likely born with strength-enhancing quirks. He also noticed the way their veins seemed to pop out in a vibrant red. Trigger. He's run into the drug before, but only in small quantities, though it was steadily increasing. It had not reached Musudafu yet, something he was grateful for, but he knew it wouldn't stay that way for long. Either way, it didn't matter whether the men were hopped up on Trigger. They couldn't stop his bullets, nor could they stop his fists from splitting their bones. Other than the 2 men, there were approximately 10 others watching from the sidelines, 2 at the main door, 3 by the bar, 4 on the second floor across from him, and finally the last 3 guarding Akira, sitting by the man in the booth. They too were distracted by the half-naked girls sitting in their laps, clearly being Akira's favorite guards. Not that it mattered, they would be dead soon anyway. Walking down the metal steps, he traversed from the second floor to the first. Weaving between the groups of drunks, cheating men and junkies, he kept his stare on Akira. Hands tightly adjusted on the grips of his handguns before he turned on his heel, firing multiple shots in the 4 guards on the second floor. It didn't take long for the screams of the patrons to sound out the crowds of men running towards the door, while the strippers braced themselves, kneeling on the ground. Making his entrance known, he waited as the guards sprung into action, activating their quirks. The 2 larger guards went shoulder to shoulder, blocking Akira from view. Akira, I have some questions for you. Answer and I won't tear your spine out. Who the fuck do you think you are, you fucking punk? The 2 large guards separated, allowing the man to catch the view of Akira, who still had his arms wrapped tightly around the girls' waists. You walk into my club, demanding answers while shooting my men. What makes you think I'll tell you shit? Just tell me what I want to know. Moving his gun, the man fired a single round, blowing apart Akira's genitals, splattering blood everywhere, the man screaming in pain. And maybe I don't blow your other head off. You son of a bitch. Get him. Akira screamed through the pain, pointing at the man with a bloodied finger. The 2 larger guards rushed at the man while the others prepared their quirks. Fire sprung to life in one man's hands while another held out his hands, shadow blades forming in between his knuckles. Both were clearly ranged fighters, but he paid them no mind. Instead he looked at the 2 men bull rushing him. Looking to the 2, he suddenly ran forward, jumping before burying his knee in one of the guards' faces. A loud crack bounced from wall to wall as the man strapping his pistols to his side used the guard as a springboard. He narrowly avoided the boulder-sized fist that aimed to take his head. Using his free hands, he grabbed onto one of the stripper poles, using his momentum to launch at the fireball-spewing bar guard. With his feet facing the guard, he felt the initial impact of his feet hitting bone before hearing the man's ribs break. The guard launched back and into the bar table, his back breaking and body folding over. Landing on the ground, he swept the legs of the 2 remaining bar side guards, sending them to the floor. Pushing himself off the ground, the man grabbed a nearby liquid bottle, forcefully shoving the bottom end into his first victim's mouth. Using the heel of his boot, he kicked the bottom jaw closed, causing the bottle to break in the guard's mouth. Quickly grabbing the neck of the now broken bottle, he ducked down as several shadow blades hit the wooden bar. Unconcerned, he shoved the jagged glass through the third guard's eye, stomping it down before grabbing the body. With red lightning surrounding his body, the man threw the freshly made corpse as fast as he could at the larger guards, knocking one to the floor while the first one he had hit avoided it. Graah. You fucker. With his broken nose, the guard once again started to rush the intruder. He no concern for anything in its path, smashing the tables in his way in an attempt to close the distance even faster. Seeing this, the man jumped over the bar counter. Digging into one of the pouches on his belt, he brought out a small back ball. Coming up from behind the counter, he threw the small ball at the villain's face. As soon as the small ball made contact, it exploded in a plume of smoke that clouded the entire downstairs of the strip club. Wafting the smoke out of his face, the guard grabbed the bar table, ripping it off the floor, only to that the man was no longer there. Confused, he turned, hearing 5 gunshots ring through the air. Alert, he waited as the smoke finally started clearing, only to see his fellow guards dead on the floor. Looking to the other large guard who had finally recovered, he yelled, "Behind you!" It was too late as a knife entered the second large guard's eardrum before exiting the side of his skull. That wasn't the end, as the man twisted the guard's head 180 degrees. Growling, the last remaining guard was more than ready to tear the man's head off when he felt something hit his foot. Looking down, he saw a metallic ball. As soon as he laid his eyes on it, the guard looked back up to see the man pull a detonator, pressing a button. A small explosion rocked the building as the guard fell to the floor, his legs having been blown off. His yell of pain was cut short as a bullet tore its way through his brain before exiting the other side of his head. To those who want to live, get the fuck out of here. The man fired a shot into the roof, and the strippers who had watched the carnage quickly scurried away, running past the man and out the front doors. Even the 2 that had been with Akira left the man's side, their desire to live stronger than their loyalty to money. With everyone gone and the guards dead, the man walked to where Akira sat. The man still holding onto his bleeding lap. The man had no sympathies as he grabbed Akira's head with his left hand, smashing Akira's face into the glass table, it cracking. Placing the barrel of his pistol against Akira's temple, the man spoke. "Now that we have a moment alone, I want you to tell me everything you know." "Why, you fucking crazy bastard." The man paused before moving the barrel of his gun to shoot Akira's shoulder, resulting in another scream of pain. With the barrel now piping hot, he burned an imprint on Akira's temple. "There are several more spots I can shoot before I hit something vital. If you don't tell me what I want to know, then me and you are going to go searching for those spots. So what do you say?" "Fine, I'll talk. I'll talk. Good. Now you've come into contact with the League of Villains, right?" "Yes. What for?" "Drugs. They wanted me to sell them, Trigger. I swear." "How did you get into contact with them?" How?" The man fired another round into Akira's uninjured shoulder. "Some crazy bitch came to my club. Said that if I didn't cut a deal with the League, she'll kill me. Messy blonde hair. Fangs for teeth. Yes. Teeth, that's her." Akira's eyes fluttered, his eyes goes dimmer by the second. The hands holding his lap falling to the sides. "Where was this deal going down?" "Where?" Still no response. Lifting Akira's head, the man saw the fat pudgy oaf was already unconscious, having passed out from losing too much blood. "God damn it." Clicking his tongue, he fired his gun, blowing Akira's brains out, the table shattering. Holstering his pistol, the man left the afterlife. "I will find them." Was it him? Aizawa looked at the bloody scene before him, his face filled with exhaustion. The stubble on his jaw now noticeably thicker than it ever has been before. His question directed to the short-haired man who stood right beside him. "Eyewitnesses claim that the Red Hood was here. Looking at this, they aren't wrong. Another blood-soaked scene. Yeah, they were spot on." Bending down, Aizawa picked up a small bullet casing. "These rounds, .45s, no one other than the Red Hood uses these." "Hold that thought." Naomasa paused as the voice of a police officer came over his radio. "They found 5 more bodies on the roof. So that's 18 bodies." Aizawa walked through the crime scene, the sound of crunching glass under his shoes. His destination, the VIP area. Moving past the photographers, he looked at the corpse of Akira. Who was this? Akira Takaoka, resident drug lord of Naruhata. Arrested several times for drug possession and various other crimes, however was never convicted due to a suspicious lack of evidence. Noamasa stated having recognized the man from his earlier years. If Red Hood got to him, then that means he really was guilty of something. Kneeling, Aizawa took a closer look at the man. Strange. Akira's body wasn't like the others. There were wounds in non-fatal spots. Usually Red Hood was quick and brutal with his kills, so Akira's body having these wounds didn't make sense. Noamasa, did any of the witnesses hear why Red Hood might have been here? Some of the strippers claim the Red Hood was looking for answers. Of what answers he was looking for, they haven't got a clue. They all left when Red Hood ordered them to. The drug trade. Shipments. What is it? Aizawa sighed in frustration. Red Hood never made things easy. The vigilante was an enigma. No clues to what he looks or sounds like, his motives, or where he was going to strike next. Any possible informant killed before they could ever get to them. This had been the same pattern for months. They were always a step behind. What about the security footage? I'm having a team look through it right now. Until then, I don't think there is much more we'll find here. Why don't I take this one? I'll send you the security footage when I get it. Noamasa tapped the underground hero's shoulder. Yeah, all right. Standing, Aizawa rubbed his eye. There was nothing else he could do here. Anything else you find about the Red Hood or why he was after Akira, you tell me. Of course. You'll be the first to know. By the way, Aizawa, are you? Yeah, he's still out there. Aizawa had already turned his back to the detective, not daring to look back. Aizawa, you know that by now he's out there. Aizawa left without another word. He was not going to give up. Fuck. Red Hood slammed his fist down on a small metallic desk. The steel bending under his strength. I almost had a lead. That fat fucking scum piece of shit. Red Hood stared at the table below him, his red lightning surging around his body. The blood on his armor and jacket steaming, being boiled by the lightning. Reaching to the back of his helmet, the Red Hood slid a small section of the helmet on the base of his head. With a small hiss, the helmet became undone, his forest green hair being revealed. Breathing heavily, he clenched his fists tightly before unsheathing his knife. Looking to the board above the table, his eyes drifted across several hand-drawn pictures. All of them consisting of the LOV members, their features almost picturesque. After all, he couldn't forget their faces. Taking the knife, he stabbed the photo of a messy bun-haired girl with a twisted smile on her face. You're first. Aizawa cracked his knuckles, his eyes staring at the illuminated computer screen before him. His knee bouncing in anticipation. It had been nearly 2 days since the crime scene where the late departed Akira had been killed by the Red Hood. Since that night, all he had been left with was questions. Why Red Hood visited Akira? What answers the vigilante had been searching for? Both of which he had no clue but needed to know. Sighing, he rubbed his eyes, looking to the clock on the wall above him. 5 p.m., he read, his class having ended just short of 2 hours ago. After all this time, he was still surprised he even had one. He hated teaching, ever since Izuku had disappeared. Shaking his head though he leaned to his right, reaching to the cabinet beside his desk, and he pulled several files containing all the info he had on the League. He had been searching for months, but he still had no clue where Izuku could be. The fact the League had gone into hiding didn't make this easier, and then there was the issue with Red Hood. The vigilante had made gathering any information impossible. Every villain rumored to have been working with the League were either dead or paralyzed from the neck down. It was a pattern that continued to prove irritating for the hero and amounted suspicion. Sure, he could have chalked it up to the villains being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but every villain claimed to have contact with the League. No, it was too coincidental to be just dumb luck. Are they targeting the League? He would put it against the vigilante to target the League, but the question was why? Was it to kill them? Or was it something else? Shifting the files, Aizawa stopped on a file labeled Red Hood. Staring at the file, he pondered just what was it that motivated Red Hood. With a small huff, he shook his head. He wouldn't get anything until Naomasa sends him the footage from the club. Standing from his desk, he moved toward the door. All he could do was wait. Leaving the office, he strolled down the white halls of UA, heading towards the exit of the school. If Naomasa was going to delay sending him the footage, he would rather spend the free time he has patrolling on the off chance he can find something. Going from the second to the first floor, Aizawa bathed in silence before a loud yell came from Recovery Girl's office. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Aizawa walked to the room before slowly opening the door. Shit, that hurts. Entering his line of sight was Nimori, the woman sitting on the white bed of the medical room. Bandages caked in blood being wrapped around her arms and the sides of her body. Her attire consisting of only the bottom of her hero suit and a bra. Ignoring her state of dress, he looked as Recovery Girl worked tirelessly on tying the bandages. It'll only hurt more the longer you keep this dangerous lifestyle. Staring at the elderly hero, Aizawa let out a sigh, allowing his presence to be heard. His eyes then met Nimori's, his eyes threatening to burn under her steely gaze. Like him, Nimori had for months been constantly hunting for clues about Izuku's whereabouts. It was no secret that Nimori loved the boy, but it was this love that caused her to suffer. The scar that ran over the bridge of her nose was proof of that. He remembered how this change had started. Initially it was small, longer patrol hours, lack of sleep, constant training. Then it only got worse, anger-filled outbursts, increased violence when apprehending villains, and her crusade against the League. He too wanted to find the League, but Nimori was extreme. All she talked about was finding the League, asking for any and all leads. She actively hunted villains of which she would normally never fight, in her words, the worse the better. It had him question whether or not Red Hood had influenced her at all. Aizawa. Nimori sucked in air between her clenched teeth as she felt the sting of the disinfectant on her side. What happened this time? Got a lead. Something about the League. Bastard had a clockwork. Not as bad as it looks. Nimori put her head down, looking to her bandages, her hands clenching the side of the bed. Not that bad, she says. Had the fight lasted a minute longer, she would have walked in here with her guts in her arms. Recovery growled out, tying one of the bandages tighter than normal. I'm still not sure if there will be scars. Could be it wasn't that deep, but we won't know until it heals. Do you want painkillers? No. It's fine. I got to keep my head clear. Aizawa watched from the door, clearing his throat before speaking. So this lead. Reveal anything new, anything we can use. Bringing her head up, Nimori let out a sigh. Nothing much, something about. Quote. Pausing, Nimori let out a groan, sitting up from the bed. Nearly falling, she was caught by Aizawa, who supported her with his shoulder. Thanks. I heard something about recruiting. Drugs. It was a lot, but I think the League are planning something. I didn't hear anything about Izuku. Nimori's eyes looked to the floor, her lips curling into a frown. Without another word, she reached for the tatters of her hero suit. She couldn't walk out like this. It's all right. Aizawa took his coat off, draping it over Nimori. We'll find him. Come on, I'll take you to the dorms. No, wait. I have to get airy. Looking into the pleading eyes of Nimori, he nodded before they walked towards the door, Nimori still supported by him. Recovery Girl watched the pair leave before sitting down in her chair, silently praying for their safety, her eyes looking at the bloodied bandages on the small metal tray they sat on. They should be in the support studio. Aizawa grunted in affirmation, having been following Nimori's instructions. Due to her injuries, the journey had taken longer than expected. From the corner of his eye, he looked to his friend, concerned for her health. Nimori, you should take a break. I can't. Not until I bring him back. You aren't going to be able to with injuries like that. I'm also sure you know he wouldn't want to see you out there. What would you think he would say? Midnight Sensei, you can't go out like that. What if you got hurt? What if villains ambushed you? I won't let that happen. Nimori giggled, something along those lines. Probably. He was pretty timid when it came to almost everything, but when it was the people he cared about, he was as stubborn as a mule. Reminds me of someone else. Nimori gave a toothy grin, looking to Aizawa. Aizawa let out a small chuckle of his own. Still looking at Nimori, he saw the woman's grin fade, but a small smile still on her face. Ignoring the few small tears in the corners of her eyes, most likely from remembering Izuku wasn't there, he was glad he could make her still hold out hope. Looking ahead, he spotted the support studio, the heavy doors still sitting on the hinges, boding well for the pair as they walked to them. Using his free hand he slid the left door open. Now what is the answer to this question? Aizawa spotted Mei Hatsume, the support student currently leaning over the workbench he was sure she spent most of her time at. Her ungloved finger pointing to a small sheet of paper covered in simple math equations. Her golden eyes looking kindly on the small white-haired girl that sat next to her, pencil in her small hand. Eri. It was still hard to face the girl even after all this time. After the funeral, Eri had been in a state of deep depression. According to Nimari, it was even proving difficult to get the girl to eat, let alone leave Izuku's room, but slowly with the help of Kendo, Yanagi, Hatsume, and Hato they had got her to a semblance of who the girl was in the past. Their entrance was not unnoticed as Mei's head perked up looking in their direction. Nimari, Aizawa-sensei. Her announcement also caught Eri's attention, the young girl looking to Nimari before she jumped out of the chair she sat on. Mama. Running Eri stopped when she stood in front of Nimari, who kneeled down with Aizawa's help. Mama. You're hurt. Eri could see the bandages on the woman's body, her eyes tearing up slightly. Don't you worry, sweetie, Mama is all right. Nimari took her arm, hugging Eri into her embrace. Thank you, Mei. No problem. Mei walked to the pair, patting Eri's head. I love her too, so I'll help as best as I can. Where are the others? They went to the training grounds. The internships are starting soon, and well, we all want to help. The rest went unsaid between the group. All of them knew precisely why they were pushing themselves to the limit. Hatsume, I'm going on patrol. When they are ready, can you help Nimari to the teacher dorms? Yep. Getting a thumbs up, Aizawa walked to the door. Nimari, remember what I said. If you really want to help, rest, at least until you can stand up on your own feet. A ping rang in the air. Checking his phone, Aizawa's eyes widened slightly. Finally. I gotta go. Izuku sat at one of the large workbenches in the cave. The bench covered in paper after paper, picture after picture. Leaning over the extensive information around him, he shook his head. They are contacting drug lords, trying to get their hands on Trigger, but for what? He hated not knowing what the League was up to. Stepping back, he mulled over the information available to him. He knew that Akira had already set up a deal with the League to sell them Trigger. The only question was when and where. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Dead men tell no tales, and the only person who knew the exact location was Akira. Shit, he was stuck. There were few people close to Akira. Not close as in the whores who pleasured the pig, but who he trusted. He could go after Akira's entire empire, but that would take time he wasn't sure he had. The drug trade in Naruhata now has a hole, but that doesn't mean the operations will just stop. He knew what he had to do, but he had to be quick about it. Looking to the workbench, his eyes fell to his helmet. He had to get to work. Aizawa stared at the screen before him, his ears being drowned with the sound of yelling. Good. Now you've come into contact with the League of Villains, right? Yes. What for? Drugs. They wanted me to sell them Trigger. I swear. How did you get into contact with them? How? Some crazy bitch came to my club. Said that if I didn't cut a deal with the League, she'll kill me. Messy blonde hair. Fangs for teeth. Yes. That's her. Where was this deal going down? Quote. Where? Aizawa watched as Red Hood interrogated Akira, the vigilante's voice unrecognizable, yet at the same time he could hear the anger in the man's voice. His questions centered around the League. It was fairly obvious that the Red Hood and the League were not on the best of terms. This had all but confirmed what Aizawa had thought. Red Hood is hunting them. Not only that, now they had a plausible lead that could not only lead them to capturing a member of the League but even Red Hood himself. He had to get this to Nezu. He had to get heroes mobilized. If this plays out the way it does, it would be an all-out war. He can finally start closing the distance between him and the League. Izuku. The name emerged like a whisper which cut through the silence of a winter night. Blue eyes looked to the dark sky and glinting stars. Reiko held her hands together, fingers laced tightly. Her short pale gray hair rustling with the wind. She stood on the street of Training Ground B, her face covered by the mask of her hero's suit. Focus, Reiko, we can't help if we don't train. Bringing her steely gaze down, she looked to her friend Itsuka Kendo, the ginger-haired girl in a fighting stance, both hands covering her face while her chin tucked inwards. The girl's hero costume affixed to her body as well, her eye mask covering the top portion of her face. The skin of her knuckles a faded color different from the rest of her skin. Her muscles more defined than they ever were before. Digging into the pockets of her hero costume, Reiko pulled out several metallic objects consisting of nuts, screws, and even bolts. Throwing them into the air, the objects collected together with a glow via Reiko's quirk activating. Pointing to Kendo, she sent the objects flying, all of which sped forward at a rapid pace. Kendo watched as the metal came flying at her before she broke off in a sprint racing towards Reiko. As she and the objects came closer to each other, Itsuka enlarged her hands before she began swatting away at the objects, knocking some out of her way in order to close the distance between her and Reiko. The gray-haired girl paid no mind. Instead, she moved her finger orchestrating the objects, causing them to switch direction mid-air. Itsuka stopped her rush, instead turning to pivot on her right foot, her hands going up to block the bolts that were headed for her back. Although her strength had been increased due to training, so did Reiko's, and each impact felt as though someone was swinging a metal bat with all their strength. Unfortunately for Itsuka, it didn't end there, as stragglers targeted her unprotected areas. Her knees, shoulders, and back were peppered with objects. Quickly Itsuka scanned the area. She was at a severe disadvantage in terms of ranged combat. That aspect made Reiko her natural enemy. Her teal eyes searched until they found themselves gazing at one of the decorative cars placed within the mock city. Quickly she swiped her hand, knocking the objects closest to her away before she ran towards the car. Grabbing the door, Itsuka ripped it off its hinges before she used all her strength, tossing it towards Reiko. The girl, seeing the speeding door aimed for her, focused all her attention on using her quirk to slow the door down, turning it from its top right corner to the flat side. Grunting, she braced herself as the door made contact with her, pushing her back. Luckily, due to her quirk, the damage was greatly reduced, though she could still feel her right arm stinging, having used it to block the hit. Reiko could take a breath. Looking through the shattered car window, she saw a giant fist strike at her. With not enough time, Reiko could only feel the metal door just out, hitting her in her ribs before she was taken off her feet and launched back into the street floor. Hitting the ground, Reiko skipped a few paces before coming to a stop. The white fur of her hero suit covered in asphalt. Groaning, she held her side for a minute before Itsuka leaned down, grabbing the collar of her hero suit with her left hand while the right was angled back, fist closed. "Do you yield?" Reiko said nothing and only glared at Itsuka before she suddenly brought her head forward, headbutting Itsuka in the nose. Itsuka recoiled back, hand going to her bleeding nose. Reiko picked herself up, hands going up, copying the same style of Itsuka's. Itsuka wiped her nose before grinning, her hands going up as well. At once the two launched at each other, Itsuka tilting her head to the left as Reiko launched her right first forward. Responding in kind, Itsuka threw her left fist, aiming for Reiko's jaw. Leaning back, Reiko narrowly avoided the punch, but soon she felt her head forcibly look up, Itsuka right fist hitting her jaw. Reiko's vision went blurry, her brain rattling in her skull. Her vision then quickly cleared, her left fist clenching as she threw a left hook, hitting Itsuka in her side. Grunting, Itsuka backed away, allowing both her and Reiko a chance to breathe. Staring at each other, Reiko ripped off the mask covering her face, Itsuka doing the same with her eye mask. "You're getting better. Stop taking it so easy." Reiko knew Itsuka could do much better. The girl was a CQC expert. "If that's what you want." Itsuka launched forward, her right fist making a home within Reiko's stomach cavity. With her left hand she grabbed the back of Reiko's head, pushing it forward while her right foot positioned itself in front of Reiko's leg. In a single swift movement, Reiko flipped, landing on her back. Wasting no time, Itsuka mounted the girl, throwing fist after fist at Reiko, who attempted to block. Reiko was completely powerless, her arms going bruised, suffering from Itsuka's assault. Still, Reiko's eyes seemed to be focused on the foreground, something Itsuka had noticed. Stopping her punches, she looked back only to be struck across the head by the car door from earlier. Dazed, Itsuka was flipped over with Reiko on top this time. Itsuka blocked the few strikes Reiko threw before she dodged a right jab, grabbing the arm. Itsuka twisted it before moving to throw her legs over Reiko's chest, putting the girl into an armbar. Pulling back, Reiko gasped in pain, stuck, yet she refused to tap out. "Stop right there." A yell caught the two girls' attention, Itsuka letting go of Reiko before helping her to stand. Before long, the bright light of a flashlight shined upon them. A disappointing sigh erupted in the air. "Kendo, Yanagi." Vlad-sensei. Itsuka spoke looking at her teacher who placed a hand over his face. Again. Incident after incident, I always find you two here. Vlad shook his head, turning so his back faced the pair. Come on, you're going back to the dorms. With no other option, Itsuka and Reiko followed after their teacher, not bothering to pick up their discarded masks. You did good, your close combat is getting better. Itsuka patted Reiko's shoulder, giving her friend a smile. That trick with the car door was good. Thanks. You are getting better at dealing long range as well. Giving each other compliments, the two missed Vlad's side eye. This has to stop you too. This thing you call training. I know it's hard for you both, but it's been a year. Midoriya's dead and this self-destructive training isn't going to bring him back. You both need to face reality and stop putting yourself in harm's way. The two girls went quiet and Vlad could feel the tension in the air as the words left his mouth. Listen. IRRRRINGGG. Asterisk. Stopping, Vlad dug into his pocket, pulling out a phone, seeing Aizawa's caller ID. Hello? Now? Alright, I'll be there. Ending the call, Vlad looked to the two girls. Alright, you two head back to your dorm, we'll continue this another time. Vlad ran off, leaving the two girls behind. The two stopped their walk, the pain from their scuffle receding rapidly. Let's go. Itsuka spoke through clenched teeth, her body shaking. Reiko just nodded silently, following Itsuka. Where are you? He had watched every minute of every hour of every day for a month. He listened, waiting for his opportunity to strike. His chest burned hot and he could barely stay still. Red Hood overlooked the docks of Naruhata. The area flooded with light as men unloaded several large crates off nearby ships. This shithole city was the only place where such a large deal could take place, but recently complications had arisen. Hero patrols were up, some even coming into Naruhata of their own volition. Red Hood knew exactly why, and every day he cursed himself for not deleting any evidence that he was there. This was all you're doing, right, Aizawa? Looking past the docks and into the shadowed rooftops of the night sky, he searched the area. The heroes were waiting very much like he was, not just on the roofs but. Looking to the sea, Red Hood saw the moonlight glint off the cabin windows of a pitch-black ship. He knew that if he went now he would be surrounded on all sides, but he never knew when he would get an opportunity like this ever again. As such, these trivial things were not on the forefront of his mind. Reaching into his coat, Red Hood pulled out a small grapple hook. He needed to get closer, but he couldn't just use his quirk. It would draw unneeded attention and would most likely make the heroes rush in early. He did not want that to happen. Toga had to be there before anything popped off. Holding the grapple gun in his hand, he aimed for the rooftop across to his. With a hiss, the grapple fired, latching onto the edge with little trouble. Jumping off the edge, the vigilante felt the once loose wire go taut, his entire body being held completely as he swung in the air. He had to avoid running into any heroes, and knowing that they were watching from any vantage point they could, he retracted the hook once he neared the ground. Rolling on his shoulder, Red Hood ducked into an alleyway, slowly inching his way towards the docks. When the location got into sight, he paused. Guards were posted outside the main warehouse doors. He very well could take them out, but Toga was a freak of nature. She would smell the blood from miles away. Just thinking of the girl made his skin crawl and his stomach threatened to spill. Temporarily taking his mind off of the crazed lunatic, he looked for a way in. Due to them being posted as guards, that means one of two things. Either they have powerful quirks or have a sensing quirk. Taking a better look at the guards, he saw a steel black handle tuck between the waist and hem of the right guard's pants. The other had no visible weapon. That alone told Red Hood what he needed to know. Looking through the alleyway, he searched for anything he could use as a distraction. Perfect. A trash can lay still overflowed with trash. Raising his foot, Red Hood kicked the container over, the glass bottles inside falling out, crashing against the floor with a loud crash. What was that? Red Hood could hear the footsteps rapidly approaching him. Quickly he aimed his grapple hook to the ledge of the building next to him. As the guards turned the corner, Red Hood ascended the grapple hook, carrying him until he grabbed the ledge. Pulling himself over, he turned to aim at the warehouse roof. Shooting. The grapple spike embedded itself into the concrete wall. Tugging the wire, Red Hood made sure it was stable before he grabbed the bottom of the grip. Pulling it, another wire extended, and pressing a small button, another spike made itself known. Stabbing it into the rooftop, he stood, letting go of the gun entirely. The wire stood strong, and stepping onto it, Red Hood balanced as if he were walking on a tightrope. Making his way across, Red Hood attracted no attention from the returning guards. The wire he used was truly a marvel, both thin yet extremely durable, not to mention in comparison with the night sky, nigh invisible. Reaching the warehouse rooftop, Red Hood manually lightened his footsteps. The metallic roof could make deafening noise if he didn't. Now closer, he got a clear look as to what the dealers were loading through the skylight. "Come on, hurry it up, the buyer is going to be here soon and we need everything ready." What looked to be the main boss of this deal looked disgruntled, yelling at his underlings who loaded a large shipping truck filled to the brim with crates. His words brought forth anger in Red Hood. "That crazy bitch is almost here." He let out a breath, feeling his quirk come alive for a fraction of a second in response to his anger. "Remember, don't move in before Red Hood, we must maintain discretion." Aizawa spoke calmly into a small earpiece, his words getting words of affirmation. "Screw that, waiting for some fucking vigilante to move in before us. The second we see the bastard we should take them down." "Calm yourself, Mirko. Red Hood is dangerous and this isn't just a small-time drug deal, this involves the League." Yukio reprimanded the rabbit hero over the comms, though the dragon woman looked to her side. Najire stood at the ready, eyes completely focused, missing the joyfulness they usually had. "Be quiet, things are going to get ugly, our priority should be on Red Hood and the League." Aizawa spoke once more, though he couldn't blame the rabbit hero for acting the way she was. Aizawa didn't like having to wait until Red Hood made the first move, but it made more sense to do so. He knew by now that if Red Hood made a move, it had to be with purpose. "Everyone just stay calm and maintain your positions. Selkie and Gang Orca will assault from the ocean and us the ground." Red Hood waited for what seemed like hours before he heard the sound of humming. A tune of revolting sweetness flying through the air. The metal doors of the warehouse creaked open and Red Hood watched as everyone's attention turned to the person Red Hood wanted to see most. Himiko Toga skipped through the doors. At her sides were two Nomus. Izuku doubted they were on the same level as the one Endeavor had fought, but they weren't pushovers like the ones in Hosu. Seeing the girl, Red Hood went to his jacket, pulling out small black canisters. Opening the skylight, he heard the boss speak. "You here for the shipment?" "Of course. Why else would I be here? Oh, before I forget, I'm sorry about your poor boss." Feigning sadness, Toga offered her condolences to Akira. The new boss, however, merely shrugged. "Fat pig got what he deserved. Now you got the money." Toga nodded, her mouth curling into a smile as one of the Nomus holding a large case opened it, revealing stacks of cash. The boss got closer to the case, smiling as he did so. 2 million as promised." Red Hood narrowed his eyes. The League amassing that amount of wealth in a year, unless he had been dead longer than he thought, there was no way they should have that much. They must have a backer. He would ask these questions later. Pulling the pins on the canisters, smoke emerged from the top, dropping the canisters. They hit the floor before spinning, spreading the smoke throughout the entire warehouse. Pulling his gun, Red Hood dropped down, quirk activated as the lens of his helmet lit up. Unlike everyone else, he was able to see through the smoke clearly, and aiming he fired, splattering the brains of the drug boss. Wasting no time, he rushed forward, tackling the next figure he saw to the ground. "Toga." Yelling her name, Red Hood placed the barrel of his pistol against the girl's chin. His finger itched to pull the trigger, but before he could, the warehouse roof was torn open. "Move in. Capture Red Hood and Himiko Toga." Yukio in her dragon form flapped her wings, clearing the smoke quickly. Soon after, the other heroes rushed in, with Selkie and Gang Orca emerging from the water. Although he was distracted for a moment, Red Hood quickly turned back to Toga, who smiled up at him. "Red Hood, I've always wanted to kill you." Toga blushed as she grabbed Red Hood's wrist, moving the gun from underneath her chin as it fired the bullet, hitting the wall. Raising his left fist, Red Hood tried to strike the girl, but using her flexibility, Toga moved her foot, pushing against Red Hood's arm. Smiling, Toga used her gear, the needles stabbing at Red Hood's stomach and sides. Red Hood did not attempt to dodge as the needles made contact with his armor. To Toga's surprise, the needles could not pierce the armor, and instead the tips caved in. "Though you were going to get me with that shitty trick!" Quote. Red Hood brought his head down, headbutting Toga. Before Red Hood could do anything else, however, he was grabbed by one of the Nomu accompanying Toga. With a single toss, Red Hood was thrown back and into the back of the shipping truck. His body crashed against the wood crates, breaking them and spilling the contents onto the floor. Pulling himself back up, Red Hood glared at the Nomus before he attempted to rush forward, but before he could get far his brain rattled. Waves of sound crashed into him from his side. Looking, he saw Gang Orca, quirk activated as the hero walked towards him. Red Hood held his head before hearing Gang Orca yell, "Mirko now!" Quickly Red Hood raised his arms, stopping an otherwise devastating axe kick courtesy of Mirko. "Now it's just you and me, you vigilante asshole." Looking past the rabbit hero, Red Hood saw Toga recovered fighting against Najire, Vlad, and Ryukyu, two of whom were being pushed back by the Nomus. Gritting his teeth, Red Hood pushed Mirko's leg upwards, forcing the hero to flip back. He wanted the fight to end quickly. Activating his quirk, he grabbed a hold of Mirko's left ear, pulling it down as he brought his right knee upward, burying it in Mirko's nose, breaking it. "Gaw, you shithead." Mirko quickly recovered, kicking at Red Hood's stomach, making the vigilante let go. Wiping her nose, Mirko jumped forward, her leg arcing through the air towards Red Hood's head. Ducking, he dodged the otherwise lethal kick, and pulling his gun up, he fired, trying to take out Mirko's legs. The woman, however, used her speed, avoiding the gunfire whilst simultaneously widening the distance. Eventually running out of ammo in his current magazine, Red Hood attempted to reload, but another wave of sound prevented him from doing so. "Shit!" Raising his left fist, Red Hood launched a smash against Gang Orca's sound wave. The smash tore through each layer of sound, eventually reaching Gang Orca and launching the hero back and into the ships docked at the pier. Mirko didn't waste this chance to attack as she jumped onto Red Hood's shoulders, the vigilante's head squished between her thighs. Trying to use her Lunati Harris, the hero squeezed her legs together even tighter. Red Hood groaned, his helmet straining under the pressure of Mirko's legs. His left hand, scrambling, unsheathed his knife and raising it, he plunged it into Mirko's thigh. "Fuck!" With his quirk still active, he grabbed Mirko's injured left leg before swinging the hero off his shoulders and through the wall of the warehouse. Waiting, he was not disappointed as Mirko stood from the rubble of the collapsed wall before ripping the knife out of her leg. "Not bad, this is getting fun." She's not a top 5 hero for no reason. Deactivating his quirk, Red Hood stood at the ready, his pistol holstered once more. Still his eyes looked to Toga's location, the girl currently going toe-to-toe with Najire. He had to get there, even if that meant killing Mirko. "All right, you bastard, round 2. Mirko launched forward even faster than before. In a second she reached Red Hood's location. Her right foot launched in the air, the arch ripping through the air with extreme intensity. Red Hood raised his left forearm, blocking the kick, grunting under the impact, his feet shifting. Cocking his right fist back, he punched at the hero, who leaned back in a show of great flexibility, dodging the punch. Red Hood used the opportunity, grabbing Mirko's right leg, pulling the rabbit hero as he raised his foot, kicking straight towards her throat. Mirko smirked, her hands going up to catch Red Hood's foot, stopping it. With the advantage in her favor, she twisted her entire body, sending the two to the floor. Mirko's smirk quickly died, however, as she felt Red Hood's right hand claw at her knife wound, twisting and turning, causing her to let go of the vigilante's foot. "Gaw. You're tough, Mirko, I'll give you that." Grabbing Mirko's foot, he all at once twisted the ankle, breaking it. His right foot also raised his heel, crashing into Mirko's throat, the hero letting out wheezed breaths. Red Hood pushed himself up, his right arm going to block a desperate kick made by Mirko. "You still got fight in you. You're a good hero, Mirko, I hope you recover from this." Moving, he held Mirko's leg before driving his left elbow into Mirko's left knee, it bending the opposite way it was supposed to. "Fuck!" Mirko yelled in pain, tears springing in the hero's eyes. She watched as Red Hood reloaded his pistol before aiming down at her right leg. "Make sure you stay down." Firing, the bullet went through Mirko's leg, immobilizing the hero. Putting his gun away, he looked toward the warehouse. Najire and the others were still engaged in their fights. Now that Mirko was down, he had no one else to stop him. That was until Gang Orca decided to interrupt. Red Hood was quickly growing tired of the whale hero's interference. Being pushed to his knees, Red Hood used OFA, standing against the waves of hypersonic sound. Taking a struggled step forward, he increased the output, red lightning bouncing around his body as Gang Orca, who had been bruised from his clash against the docked ship, increased the output of his quirk. Standing against the sound, Red Hood could feel his body struggling to resist the paralysis the waves promised. Inching his way closer and closer, Red Hood stopped momentarily before he focused. He hated that he had to copy that hero's move, but at this point it was his only option. Crossing his arms over his chest, he pumped OFA to his legs before launching at a speed that no one could see. Gang Orca was surprised seeing his blood fly through the air while two large gashes cut through his clothes and into his chest. While not fatal, the wound gushed with blood. Gang Orca stopped using his quirk, though the hero quickly tried to grab onto Red Hood. A shallow wound would not stop him. That theory was quickly put to rest, Red Hood using an enhanced punch to strike Gang Orca in the solar plexus, sending the hero to his knees. Raising his foot, Red Hood stomped on the hero's head where it crashed into the concrete, breaking it. Taking a breather, Red Hood quickly stopped when a pained yell came from the warehouse's direction. Najire faced Toga, her body covered in sweat, proof of her quirk usage, and unlike the battered Toga, Najire was only covered in light slash wounds. Red Hood looked on. He knew Najire was powerful before this, but to have her outclassing a villain that completely beats her in mobility. The Nomus weren't in any better condition Ryukyu had already taken to ripping the one she faced into several pieces. Vlad also held his own against the Nomu, keeping it at bay. Red Hood, witnessing this, decided now if any time would be his chance. With Toga weakened, the girl would be too injured and tired to run. The only problem was Najire and the other heroes. Using OFA, he dashed towards the warehouse and more specifically towards Toga. His arrival was not unnoticed, Yukyu yelling out, "Red Hood!" The shout of his name had caught the other hero's attention, but Yukyu acted quickly. Still in her dragon form, she swiped her claws at the vigilante in an attempt to grab him. Succeeding, she held Red Hood in her grasp. Quickly she yelled, "Red Hood's been apprehended." Before she could finish, the dragon hero yelped in pain, suppressed gunshots coming from the gap of her hands. Red Hood, surging with lightning, broke free of Yukyu's grip, dual-wielding his pistols, firing continuously into the hero's gigantic body. Covering her vitals, Yukyu felt the bullets tear through her flesh, which in itself was a feat of its own. Holstering his left gun, Red Hood dug into his jacket, pulling out several small balls. Tossing them at the pro, they exploded in quick succession, stunning the dragon hero. Landing on the ground, he shot up once more into the air, twisting his body before he shot down with an axe kick. Dragon hero was unprepared for the sudden impact as the shock sent her into the floor, accidentally knocking Vlad and the other Nomu away. Groaning, Yukyu's body transformed back into her human state. I am down. Aizawa, we need reinforcements." Red Hood cursed hearing those words. Grabbing Yukyu by the hair, he fished the earpiece out before crushing it in his palm. His time window became shorter and shorter. He didn't know who was coming, but he knew that he wouldn't want to face any more pros than he already had. Turning back to Najire and Toga, the two were engrossed with their fight. Najire's face twisted in an expression he had never seen before. "You." Najire pointed her hands to Toga, firing off her quirk, sending the crazed blonde into the floor. Toga smiled, her head dripping with blood. "You seem angry." Toga giggled until she howled in pain, Najire blasting the girl with another wave of her quirk. "Gah." Najire continued firing off her quirk, her face twisted in rage, tears leaking from her eyes. "Where's Izuku?" Stopping, she waited for Toga to answer, not seeing the girl grabbing a hidden knife from the back of her skirt. "Want me to take you to him?" Toga lunged forward, her knife aiming for Najire's jugular. The periwinkle girl tried to fire her quirk off, but the distance between them was too close. Najire closed her eyes, waiting for her death, but it never came. Opening them, she saw Red Hood in between her and Toga. The villain's wrists held tightly in his grasp, the knife plunged into the vigilante's armor. Red Hood hissed in pain, the knife having slipped through the overlapping plates of his chest. The blade piercing his right pectoral. Tightening his grip on Toga's wrist, Red Hood didn't stop until he heard a snap. Najire watched, taking a few steps back before she refocused herself. Putting her hands together, she blasted a wave of energy at the vigilante's back. Even though she should have treated Red Hood as her savior, her job as a hero came first, and she couldn't let Toga fall into Red Hood's hands. The villain was the only lead she had to finding Izuku. Red Hood felt gravity leave his feet as he and Toga launched into the warehouse wall. The knife going deeper and deeper. Pushing the rubble off him, he looked for Toga, the girl having passed out, most likely from the pain. "Stay down." Najire yelled loudly, her hands aimed towards the downed villain and vigilante. Red Hood shook his head, his hand searching through the rubble until he found the handle of his gun. Pulling it, he aimed at Najire, staring at each other as they were in a complete standstill. Neither of them made a move. Red Hood's finger curled around the trigger. He knew he had a bullet in the chamber and at any moment he could end this stare-down, but he couldn't. Lowering the gun, he reached into his jacket, pulling out a few smoke bombs. Holding them in his left palm, he looked to Toga. "Don't move." Nejire stepped closer, and it wasn't long before she was joined by a few more heroes. "Did I miss the party?" Hawks dropped beside Nejire, in his hand a sword made from his feathers. "So that's Red Hood." Endeavor crossed his arms, his fire blazing hot even from a distance. Red Hood grit his teeth. He couldn't fight off these pros without taking serious damage, not to mention the knife in his chest already made it harder than it had to be. He could use his quirk and destroy everything around him, but then he would be no better than Toga and the villains he is trying to hunt. Not to mention, at his fullest capacity he wouldn't even know the devastation he could cause. Endeavor stepped forward. "Let's get this over with." Pulling out a pair of quirk-canceling handcuffs, Endeavor moved to arrest Red Hood, grabbing the vigilante's arm. Moving to latch his wrist, Endeavor was taken off guard, Red Hood driving his knee into Endeavor's nether regions, the pro hero dropping the cuffs. Kicking the number 1 hero away, Red Hood threw the smoke bombs to the ground, covering himself in a field of smoke. Nejire reacted quickly, firing off her quirk into the cloud while Hawks sent an onslaught of feathers. Red Hood activated OFA, his legs burning with energy as he leapt back and through the sky. He had lost Toga, but he won't give up. For now, however, he needed to regroup. Landing on a building, Red Hood held his chest. He needed to get back to the cave and fix his injuries and fix his gear, not to mention had lost one of his knives. Picking himself up, he prepared to get away. Feeling OFA surge, he paused, feeling a cloth wrap around his ankle. Shit. At once his quirk shut off and his right foot was pulled from under him. "Eraserhead, I was wondering when you would show up." Using his last knife, Red Hood slashed the white cloth off his ankle, his knife gliding through it easily. Standing up, he switched his knife into a reverse grip. "Red Hood, you're injured. Make this easier on the both of us and surrender." "Now, I can't do that." Red Hood crouched low. He didn't want to fight, especially against him. "You could just forget you saw me and let me go. You're after the League, that's why you're here. You were targeting Himiko Toga." "Why?" Aizawa glared, his red eyes shining in the light. "Why wouldn't I? That crazy lunatic and her entire league are the cause of so many innocent lives being lost. And that gives you the right to be judge, jury, and executioner." Aizawa understood why Red Hood would hunt the League, but he couldn't help but feel something deeper was involved. "I'm what Japan needs. Or do you want another family to die by their hands?" Red Hood took a step back, ready to escape, but Aizawa caught on, throwing his scarf forward. Red Hood swiped his knife, slicing the cloth into tatters, his vision being covered for a second, but that was enough time for Aizawa to grab Red Hood, placing the vigilante into a headlock. Stabbing at Aizawa's leg, Red Hood felt the blade dig deep. Aizawa ignored the pain, instead making his headlock tighter. Red Hood responded by twisting the knife in Aizawa's leg until the hero's arm became loose. Grabbing it, Red Hood flipped the underground hero over, slamming him onto the rooftop. Aizawa let out a small groan before he turned over, facing Red Hood before he twisted his foot, striking at Red Hood's temple, the kick connecting, sending Red Hood to the floor. The vigilante recovered, placing his hands against the roof before using it as a springboard, landing on his feet. "I see you haven't lost your touch." Aizawa said nothing, instead launching another assault on the vigilante, only to be surprised when Red Hood dodged every attack he threw. Aizawa felt as though he were fighting his own shadow. It was as if the vigilante knew every attack he was bound to throw before he even threw it. Still so predictable. Maybe that was why Izuku Midoriya died. Aizawa only saw his strikes going faster and harder than before. Red Hood still dodged while the knife in his hand slashed at Eraserhead, covering the hero in shallow cuts. Red Hood hated using this psychological attack, but he needed to get Aizawa off guard. He couldn't let the rest of the heroes catch up. With his open hand, he caught the fist Aizawa threw before he kicked at the hero's injured leg, making Aizawa kneel. Quickly sheathing his knife, Red Hood pulled out a canister filled with gray liquid. Quickly the vigilante sprayed Aizawa in the eyes. Soon after the liquid made contact with the air, it hardened into an adhesive mixture, blinding Aizawa. Red Hood used Aizawa's blindness to his advantage. Planting his boot into the hero's face, he used OFA, the quirk sparking to life without Aizawa's interference. Giving one last look to Aizawa, Red Hood saw the hero picking himself up, Opening his mouth, the vigilante went to speak but closed his mouth. Turning, Red Hood leapt away, and by the time Aizawa had cleared his eyes, the vigilante was already gone. Eraserhead, we have Himiko Toga in custody. What your status on Red Hood? Sitting on the roof, Aizawa let out a sigh before he talked into the comm. He got away. Aizawa looked off into the distance, his hands applying pressure to his stab wound. We'll find him. Hawks is already on the move. Do you need paramedics? Groaning, Aizawa nodded. That'd be good. Despite the pain he was in, Aizawa grinned. Even if he failed to catch Red Hood, they now have Toga. He was one step closer to finding the League and in turn saving Izuku. I'm coming for you. Midnight's feet stomped down the halls of the Musudafu police precinct, her face holding a look of pure determination. Despite the pain her body was still in, she was spurred into motion due to her unreleased fury. Her fists balled tightly, her knuckles completely white. It didn't take long for the news to reach her. Himiko Toga. She spit the name out with venom, her steps growing heavy and eyebrow furrowing in anger. She tried with all her might to remain rational and calm, but the throbbing of her side and the thought of Izuku being tortured was too powerful. The police that passed by midnight in the halls avoided her gaze and turned away. None wanted to cross her path. Moving, she stopped when she reached the west wall of the station, her eyes resting on the interrogation room in front of her. Reaching, she grabbed the handle and attempted to swing it open, though the door failed to budge. The keypad lock stopping her entry. Grinding her teeth, she tugged at the door with all her strength. Open the goddamn door. She was quickly losing her temper, something that now happened often. Banging on the door, she only stopped when Aizawa's voice reached her ears. It's locked, you know. Holding his side, Aizawa kept his nerve even as Nimari glared at him. Then fucking unlock it. First of all, you need to calm down. You go in there as you are and you can cost us this entire thing. Aizawa glared at Nimari, his gaze not faltering. I didn't take a stab wound just so you can fuck this up. His words were pointed, but they held no malice. Nimari closed her eyes. Aizawa, she is the key to finding Izuku. She will be if you calm down. Naomasa is already in there interrogating. Now if you want to be a part of this, come with me. Sternly, Aizawa moved to show a door. Nimari grit her teeth as she stomped her way to Aizawa. Nodding, Aizawa pulled out a temporary badge, swiping it against the electronic lock. It took a second before the lock clicked. Opening the door, Aizawa stepped aside as Nimari went ahead. Joining her, they entered the joint observation room, immediately hearing Naomasa's voice come through the speakers inside. Tell us where the League are. The sooner you tell us, the sooner we can not only grant you protection from both them but Red Hood as well. Nimari looked through the one-way mirror, her teeth gnawing at the nail of her right thumb. What's this bullshit? Offering a deal to a crazy psychotic? Aizawa stood beside Nimari, watching as Naomasa tried to communicate with Himiko, the girl swaying her legs with a smile on her bruised face while her hands were restrained to the table underneath her arms. This is something we have to do, Nimari. Without her compliance, we have no leads. What's more, Red Hood was willing to wage open war with the drug trade just to get to her. If Red Hood gets her before we can get any information, we are back at square one. Nimari grabbed her hair. She didn't like this one bit. Protection. Her body trembled. After all this time, she never forgot what Himiko had subjected Izuku to. I know. Aizawa sighed. I don't like this either, but one of us has to think with a clear head. Trust me on this. Red Hood hunting her is something we can't take lightly. I would know I fought him. And you didn't win. Few people could hold a candle to Aizawa in terms of close combat, and Nimari knew this best. No, I didn't. As far as I know, he was injured. How severe? I don't know, but that doesn't change the fact he knew everything I was going to do before I did it. Looking down, Aizawa pulled a piece of his scarf out from his pocket. Nothing I know of can cut through my scarf so easily, yet his knife did, and he knew exactly how I was going to use it. He knew the weakness of my quirk, and I don't doubt he knew more. Nimari listened. So why didn't he kill you? It's not like he hasn't killed heroes before. That is something I can't understand. Maybe he was prioritizing escaping. Maybe he just didn't find me worth killing, but I feel as though there is something more. Aizawa couldn't put his fingers on it. Come on. Seems like Naomasa has done all he could. Moving to leave, Nimari trailed behind Aizawa as they found themselves waiting at the interrogation room door. Waiting, Aizawa spoke again. Nimari, you are going to want to hit Toga, maybe even kill her. I am telling you now that if you show any such attempt, I'll put you down myself. Reaching, Aizawa swiped the whip off Nemori's belt. Holding it in his hand, he attached the whip to his belt. Nemori stayed silent, her stare focused on the door. She had only half listened to Aizawa's words. Her mind was occupied on what she was going to say when she came face to face with Toga. The door opened, Noamasa sighing as he saw Aizawa and Nemori. She won't say a word. All she does is sit there with that smile. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Naomasa looked at Nemori before his gaze turned back to Aizawa. Maybe you can get her to talk, but are you sure Midnight can handle this? Fuck, she'll be fine. Aizawa stopped Nemori, his hand in her face. Naomasa looked to the two before nodding. If you say so, I'll be in the observation room. Watching Naomasa leave, Aizawa held the interrogation room door open. Nemori wasted no time stepping in. The second she did, her eyes landed on Toga's smiling face. Her rage returned full force as she made her way over to Toga's table, slamming her fists against the steel. My, sniffing the air, Toga smiled. Someone smells delicious, is it that time? Irked by Toga's words, Nemori almost snapped. Listen, you are going to tell me where the League is and where you are holding Izuku Midoriya. Yelling, Nemori got close to Toga's face. Ooh, I know this one. Have you checked his grave yet? Smiling, Toga scooted her face closer, antagonizing Nemori on purpose, seeing her face twist in rage. Oh sorry, but you should know I did stab him a whole bunch. Just remembering it is sending shivers down my spine. You watched the video, right? So tell me, how did you like watching as we tortured poor little Deku? How did you like watching me taint his body? How did you like watching him die along with that pig mother of his? Laughing, Toga put her forehead against Nemori's, mocking her. Nemori clenched her fist, her lips quivering and body shaking. You fucking little bitch. Her voice hushed as she pulled her head away. Don't you spout off. Raising her right fist, Nemori struck at Toga. Before she could hit the villain, Aizawa held her arm before he used his left hand to push his thumb against the gash on her side, causing Nemori to cry out in pain. You're protecting her. After what she said, Nemori struggled against Aizawa's strength, feeling his thumb push against her gash harder in response. Aizawa looked at Nemori with cold eyes before he pulled hard, tripping Nemori, sending the woman to the ground. Once down, Nemori held her side, her body shaking in pain. I warned you, so stay there and keep your mouth shut. Aizawa didn't want to do this. He wished he wasn't in the situation where he had to but. Toga was his only chance. She was the only way he could ever face Eri again. The only way he can redeem himself. As such, he would do anything, even hurt Nemori and protect Toga in order to find Izuku. Looking away, Aizawa grabbed the metal chair, moving it until he came to the single door in the room. Placing the backrest against the handle, locking it in place. Going back to Toga, he stood completely silent. Silently, the two stared at each other, Aizawa showing no emotion as Toga smiled at him. The stare-off lasted for a minute or two before Toga pouted. HMF, you're no fun. Aizawa didn't move, his eyes focused on the girl. Himiko, Toga, I have some questions and you are the only one with the answers. If you tell me what I want to know, I'll let you go free. Looking to the one-way mirror, Aizawa leaned against the desk. I can also promise you that I will take down any hero or officer that will seek to cause you harm or arrest you. Big bad Eraserhead. Will you really let me go? What a naughty hero you are. Toga giggled. Every bit of her mannerisms told Aizawa she just thought this entire thing was a game. Do we have a deal or not? Say that we do. How do I know you aren't lying? Toga tested Aizawa, but the hero was more than willing to play her game. Reaching into his pocket, Aizawa pulled out the key to Toga's handcuffs. Toga was genuinely surprised when her wrists were freed from their bondage. Okay, I'll play your little game. Aizawa, you fucking crazy bastard. From the ground, Nemori seethed, her side still throbbing in extreme pain, watching as Toga was set free. Aizawa ignored both her and the sounds of banging on the door as he stood by, throwing the handcuffs to the ground. Good, now let's get started. First, where is the League currently residing? That's a hard one. We move around quite a bit, and honestly I wouldn't be surprised if they already moved from our last hideout. Aizawa mentally noted Toga's words, though he couldn't fully trust them. He hoped Naomasa was still listening. You were making a deal to acquire large amounts of trigger. What for? How is the League planning on using them? Come on Eraserhead, can't you figure that out? Use that brain of yours. Toga giggled, her cheek resting on the palm of her right hand. What else would a quirk-enhancing drug be used for? Especially when we have those Nomus with multiple quirks. Another thing to be cautious of. Aizawa squinted his eyes, still remembering how he was almost killed by the Nomu at the USJ. If they had more Nomus like that along with enhanced quirks, things could get ugly very quickly. Aizawa continued with the questioning. He wanted to know anything and everything. Then came for the time where he truly wanted answers. Izuku Midoriya, where is he? Toga smiled brightly. What do you mean, where is he? He's dead. Don't play games with me now, Toga. We know he's still alive now. Where are you hiding him? Isn't it obvious? He was buried under piles of rubble. He's really dead. Toga leaned back in her chair. Toga. Aizawa lowered his voice, glaring at the girl. We know he isn't dead. His body was nowhere near the warehouse. Wait. Red Hood stood outside, his back leaning against the west wall of the police headquarters. In one hand a detonator while the other held both his left index and middle finger against the wall. In his helmet he heard every word spilled from Toga's lips. He gathered all the information Aizawa had without exerting much effort, but this line of questions was getting dangerous. Taking his fingers off, Red Hood pressed on the detonator, the C4 he placed against the wall beeping before an explosion shook the building, the wall crumbling to pieces. The explosion caught Aizawa off guard, blasting him backwards and against the wall. Nimari, who was on the floor, was spared, but the dust that flew in the air blinded her. Toga suffered the most, the force of the explosion hitting her full force, sending her and the table toppling to the ground. Coughing, Aizawa wafted the smoke from his face. Shit. Cursing, he slowly used the wall to stand. Midnight. I'm fine. Coughing, Nimari responded, rising to her feet as well, both their ears filled with the sound of crunching footsteps. Looking to the wall, they watched the smoke thin out just enough to see a shadowed figure grabbing the downed Toga. No! Yelling, Nimari rushed forward. Red Hood saw this from a mile away, and within his helmet he grimaced. He could tell from Nimori's movements she was severely injured. Still, he couldn't waste this opportunity. Forgive me. Placing his foot against the metal table, he kicked it forward, his quirk activating for a split second as it slid across. Nimari couldn't see what exactly happened as the metal table collided with her legs, causing her to trip and fall to the ground. Her previous injuries flaring in pain. Aizawa, on the other hand, moved toward the door, kicking the chair he placed out of the way. As soon as he did, cops flooded the room. Freeze! Yelling, they were interrupted by a high-pitched ring, their vision going completely white. Red Hood held Toga by the neck, his quirk activating as he leapt away and into the night sky. Aizawa closed his eyes, his ears ringing loudly, the entire station in chaos. Alarms ringing, making Aizawa's already subdued hearing worse. Aizawa! Aizawa! Naomasa's hand placed itself on Aizawa's shoulder. Call the paramedics. Secure Himiko, Toga. The few lucky police who weren't blinded ran into the smoke, their weapons drawn. Sir, she's gone. Naomasa, hearing this, cursed. For now they had to prioritize Aizawa and Midnight. Send word to any nearby heroes. Looking down, Naomasa put Aizawa's arm over his shoulder, escorting the hero out. They should have been more careful. Maybe they could have prevented this. Hya. Toga woke up with a startled yell, her body freezing as ice-cold water drenched her uniform and body. Tugging, Toga found her wrists tied to the armrests of a wooden chair. Hissing in pain, she looked to her surroundings, her fangs bared. The wire that bound her wrists dug into her skin, drawing blood. If that wasn't all, her head spun, her eyes kept losing focus, and her back stung. Who? She shivered, her eyes finally focusing on the shadowed figure in front of her. The lone swinging bulb failing to show her who exactly the figure was. Who? Red Hood stepped into view, his helmet gleaming as he leaned down, his gloved hands grabbing Toga's wrists. Staring with his emotionless eyes, Red Hood suddenly crashed his head forward, headbutting Toga on the bridge of her nose, breaking it. Toga reeled her head back. Ha ha. Laughing, she grinned. Red Hood. What's a vigilante like you have to do with a poor innocent girl like me? Wait, don't tell me. You thought you could win my heart, didn't you? Blowing a kiss, Toga was forced to stop by Red Hood grabbing her mouth. Don't you ever shut the fuck up. With his left hand he struck at Toga, dislodging a few teeth and forcing her head to the side. Spitting out a glob of blood, Toga smiled, "Only when I feel like it." Red Hood nodded before standing up. Turning, he looked to the wall, grabbing a hanging crowbar off a nail that had been crudely hammered into the wall. "You know, Toga, I've been waiting for this. For a long time." Red Hood's grip grew tighter on the crowbar as he turned to face Toga once more. "Do we know each other?" "Wait, don't tell me." Toga put on a thinking expression, her eyebrows furrowing, what wasn't broken of her nose scrunching and lips moving side to side. "Are you someone whose family I killed? There's just so many I can't really think. I don't expect something like you." Swinging the crowbar with all his strength, Red Hood smiled under his helmet, hearing Toga's right knee shatter. "To know how much suffering you cause. Aargh. You fucker." Jolting in pain, Toga pulled the wires, cutting deeper into her flesh as her right leg spasmed. Frothing at the mouth, she glared with bloodshot eyes. "I'll kill you." Red Hood poked Toga's inward bending knee. "Ah, but you already failed at that." "What the fuck are you saying?" Screaming, Toga bit at the air like a wild beast. Her concussed mind not able to think straight. She couldn't recall who she failed to kill. As far as she remembered, he slaughtered anybody and everybody who laid eyes on her. With his left hand, Red Hood pressed the back of his helmet before he took it off. Toga's eyes widened before her smile returned. "Izu. You're alive. No wonder Eraserhead was asking me about you." As if her pain didn't exist, Toga puckered her lips. "Come now, Izu baby, where's my kiss?" Izuku smiled, closing his eyes before he jammed the crowbar upward and into Toga's chin. The force at which he did shattered her teeth and fractured her jaw. Toga's head flew back, her entire body going limp as she fell unconscious. Seeing this, Izuku placed his helmet down on a small workbench before grabbing a pair of jumper cables and a lone car battery. Setting the battery down, he grabbed the clips, sparking them together. Forcing Toga's jaw open, he grabbed her tongue, placing the positive clip on the appendage. With his free hand, he then tore Toga's skirt off, exposing her underwear before he clipped the negative end to her pelvis. With the water drenching her body the moment he placed the negative clip, Toga snapped awake, her body shaking as electricity ran through her body. "Ah!" Muffled screams came from her mouth as her hands went to claw at the arm rests. Izuku, seeing this, took out his knife before stabbing Toga's left hand, pinning it in place. Toga screamed again, her eyes rolling in pain. Izuku watched as she shook in extreme pain, waiting until Toga started foaming at the mouth. Before the girl could die, he grabbed the clip on her tongue, yanking it out of the girl's mouth. Toga hunched over, saliva and blood dripping from her mouth and onto the floor below. Pushing her head up, Izuku looked at her. "Now, Toga, we can keep going, or you can tell me what I want to know." "What do you want?" Toga could only mumble. The pain her body was experiencing too intense for her. Izuku didn't have any sympathy as he grabbed another bucket of ice-cold water, splashing Toga. "Speak up." Trying to speak through her fractured jaw, Toga's words became slurred. "Was do you schwantz? I want to know where the League really is and what they are planning. You tell me that and this entire thing can end. I am warning you. Know that if I don't like what you say, well, I guess I don't need to spell it out." Toga nodded as Izuku tightened his gloves. "Good. Now where is the League? We move a lot. I don't. UMMMPHF. Wheezing, Toga had the wind knocked out of her, Izuku having punched her in the stomach hard. "Let's try that again. Where is the League and what are they planning?" Catching her breath for a few seconds, Toga opened her mouth to speak, but Izuku's fist struck her across the jaw. "Too long. I want answers and I want them fast. Where is the League and what are they planning?" Izuku's anger was starting to unleash. He had been holding it in for a while now, but not hearing what he liked was really driving him to the breaking point. "I don't know," Toga cried out, her eyes leaking fresh tears. "No, you don't get to cry." Izuku backhanded Toga before he grabbed her hair, elbowing her in the nose. Blood splattered across the floor of the room as Izuku grabbed Toga's throat with his left hand as his right grabbed the handle of his knife, twisting it. "Not after what you've done." Pulling the knife out, Izuku brought it down on Toga's thigh. Please stop. Stop. Did you stop?" Izuku put both hands on Toga's neck, strangling the girl, his fingers squeezing harder and harder. "My mother. You monsters took her away from me. From my daughter. From the world." Toga struggled against her bindings as she choked, her eyes rolling around in panic. ACCCK. Toga's saliva dribbled out the sides of her mouth, her eyes going hazy and losing color rapidly. Izuku watched the life drain from Toga's eyes, but just as they were about to completely expire he let go, kicking Toga and the chair over. Aargh. Izuku banged his fist against the wall before he gripped his hair, letting out shaky breaths, his quirk activating in great intensity. Taking a few breaths he heard Toga start coughing. Turning towards the chair he took slow heavy steps, his quirk dying out. Moving to the side of the chair, Izuku bent down, grabbing the coughing Toga by the head before pulling her up until the legs of the chair stood back up. "Can't kill you until I get what I want." With Toga set up straight, Izuku grabbed her fingers, bending them until they neared their breaking point. "Now, where are they?" "No, no please." Toga's screams lasted for 2 continuous days until they finally ceased. Please be advised, what you are about to see will be disturbing. Aizawa, Nimari and the rest of the UA staff looked to the large screen in front of them. 2 days had passed since Toga had been taken from police custody. Understandably, Nimari and Aizawa were more than just furious. Their once chance to find Izuku had gone out the window, and it was all because of Red Hood. Just thinking of it was nearly enough to send Nimari into a blind rage. Still, her attention focused on the screen in front of her as a news reporter started speaking. Taneo Tokuda reporting live here at a grisly scene just outside of the Musudafu shopping center. Reports say that Himiko Toga, a villain who was apprehended days ago after a drug deal gone wrong, was taken from police custody 2 days ago by an unknown assailant. Himiko Toga, most known for her bloody murders and cooperation with the League, was found dead earlier this morning. After witnessing the scene just right behind me, some theorize it was the infamous vigilante the Red Hood who was responsible. The news footage panned up, revealing the naked corpse of Himiko Toga. The girl strung upside down in front of a large bloody banner. "Who's next?" was written in Toga's blood. If that wasn't enough, Toga's eyes had been gouged out while her tongue went through a hole in her jaw. "Fuck." Nimari put her head down, nails digging into the table. Her eyes tearing up. We're so close. Izuku. Their only lead was gone, stolen from right under their nose, and the secret of Red Hood's identity died with Toga. What is our next move? The air was thick as the UA staff sat in utter silence, the question that Toshinori had raised going unanswered. Aizawa's eyes scanned the room, looking to his fellow heroes. Even he had no answer to Toshinori's question. What else is there to do? We find another lead. Midnight spoke up, her voice carrying itself with a steel edge. Her eyes brimmed with fresh tears, yet they were filled with a resolute gaze. Another lead. We were lucky to even capture Toga. Besides, now it's certain that Red Hood is hunting the League. He openly attacked a police station in order to get to her. The League is going to be on guard. They won't make any rash moves. Hell, even before Red Hood made an example out of Toga, they laid low. What do you think is going to happen now? Vlad shook his head, staring at Nimari. What he said was anything but a lie. We have no other choice, Vlad. We put out more patrols. They can't stay hidden forever, and if there's a chance we can save Midoriya, we have to take it. Aizawa, what did Naomasa say? Mike turned to Aizawa, the man closing his eyes as he recalled what he had been told. It had been a day after Toga had been taken by the Red Hood. Aizawa sat in Naomasa's office. In the detective's hands a paper rested. Please tell me you got something from Toga, Naomasa. Aizawa, you and I both know how my quirk is used. To tell if someone is lying, they would have to know the truth. Naomasa cut the fucking song and dance. He was in no mood to hear anything about this. I used my quirk on Toga. During your questioning I heard every word spilled from her mouth. Concerning the League's whereabouts and their plans, she told the truth. However, regarding the disappearance of Izuku Midoriya, she was lying. Aizawa's heart jumped for a split second before Naomasa shook his head. She was neither lying nor was she telling the truth. What does that mean? Aizawa stood up, grabbing Naomasa's collar. She doesn't know. She doesn't know if Izuku is dead. How the hell can she not know? Either she wasn't aware of the League holding Midoriya captive, which isn't likely, or Midoriya never died in that warehouse. We've talked about this over and over. There were no remnants of any limbs or a corpse. I put my best forensics teams on the case and nothing. That was when the suspicion that Midoriya's death might have been faked started. Aizawa listened closely, his grip on Naomasa's collar dropping. Aizawa, I'm your friend. As of right now, you are the only person I will tell this to. Waging war with the drug trade, attacking a police station for a single person. That isn't what we call dedication, especially for a vigilante. He was targeting Toga. Of course, there are plenty of individuals who would seek revenge against her and the League, but going this far. What are you trying to say? Naomasa braced himself, leaning against his desk. I think that Midoriya could possibly be the Red Hood. The last line repeated in his head a multitude of times, and staring at the disfigured and mutilated body of Toga, he couldn't help but think. He said. He hesitated, not sure what to say. He wasn't sure, but what Naomasa said stuck with him. Izuku had every reason to hunt the League. Avenging his mother, revenge for the torture he was subjected to. Still, he didn't want to believe the vigilante they had been hunting was Izuku. Turning to Nomori, he locked eyes with the woman. It would kill her to find out. He said Toga was lying. Izuku is still alive and is being held captive. As for the League's whereabouts and their plans, that was all true. He lied, knowing what harm it could do further down the line. Still, he imagined it was better to give false hope than to tell them something even he didn't quite believe. Well, there we have it. Nezu spoke from his chair. Going forward, we need to up our patrols within the Musutafu and Narwada district. Take reports from civilians and set up a call center down at the precinct for any information pertaining to Red Hood. Perhaps those who reported in Toga's body can provide more information. Hound Dog, I want you to go to crime scene, see if you can pick up any scent. Maybe it'll trace back to where Toga was held by Red Hood. The rest of you keep your patrol routes. Still, remember, classes are still in session, so adjust your hours accordingly. Now please leave. I need to make some phone calls. The meeting ended. The chairs shuffled with Nomori standing up last. Aizawa, you coming? She looked to her friend, her hand resting on his shoulder. No, I got something to ask Nezu. You go ahead, I am sure Eri is waiting for you. Nomori said nothing. Her gaze lingered on Aizawa for a few seconds before she left, wondering how she was going to explain this to the others. Aizawa watched her leave before standing in silence waiting. Aizawa, is there a reason for you to remain in the room? Nezu's beady eyes looked to Aizawa, the man returning his look. Nezu, I need the files and recordings of Class 1A prior to Midoriya's disappearance. May I ask why? Aizawa shook his head. It's not something I can say without being sure of. All right. The files you'll need are in my office, bottom drawer of my desk. As for the files of the recordings, I'll send them to you in a few short minutes. Though I like to think it goes without saying that anything you find I want to know. Of course. Aizawa nodded, leaving the room, heading directly to Nezu's office. He had to be sure. He wouldn't blindly follow Naomisa's suspicions, but he wouldn't ignore them either. Entering Nezu's office, Aizawa walked behind the principal's desk before opening the bottom drawers, seeing a large selection of files. Sorting through the files, Aizawa found the 1A section, which had been categorized by the years. Grabbing Izuku's file, he left the rest alone, having already grabbed what he needed before he left, heading to his own office. Once there, Aizawa locked the doors and closed the blinds. Turning on a small desk lamp, he placed the file down, only to open up his continue and pull up the videos emailed to him. It was hard to see the face of a once lively Izuku, and it was even harder to imagine that such a boy would be a ruthless and cold-blooded individual. Letting out a sigh, he pressed play. He watched from the very beginning. Izuku's quirk assessment test. At the time, Aizawa didn't think such a hopeless person could ever become a hero. A chuckle came from his mouth. He had been a fool for thinking this in the first place. Aizawa-sensei. I did it. The video played the footage loudly. Izuku grinning in pain as he held his broken finger in a tight fist. Watching this moment again caused Aizawa's chin to tighten. He had seen a bright future in Izuku's eyes that day. A future where the boy had been destined to do what All Might once thought possible and create a true era of peace. Shaking his head, Aizawa watched the rest of the videos. He watched Izuku grow as a person, as a hero, then he saw it. The same day everything went to hell, and the first time he had seen red lightning. It was unmistakable. Taking a breath, Aizawa opened his desk cabinet, grabbing files dating back to Red Hood's first appearance. Opening the files, he hoped he was wrong. Reading the files, he noted the eyewitness accounts of Red Hood. All of them recorded the same distinct trait. Red lightning. No. It was just a coincidence. Several people had similar quirks. This was just one of these instances. Grabbing Izuku's file, he looked to the boy's quirk description. Enhanced strength and speed. Frantically, he scrubbed through the files before stopping on the report made by Mirko and Gang Orca. Red Hood covered himself in red lightning, after which his strength and speed outclassed ours. He broke my sound wave with a launch of air, he targeted my legs. He knew our weaknesses. The last line brought Aizawa to his fight with Red Hood. The vigilante knew how his quirk worked, knew how he fought, knew his weaknesses. Aizawa thought of Izuku's notebooks. Diving into his desk, he pulled out said notebooks. Flipping through the pages, he searched until he found the page on him. Shota Aizawa. Quirk. Asazure. If fighting against Eraserhead, targeting the eyes are the first priority. With his lengthy build, hand-to-hand fighting is not advised. He's skilled in various martial arts, utilizing his scarf, which is used to throw his opponents off balance and or capture them, avoid it at all costs. The entire page detailed how exactly to take him down, what to avoid, what to target. It was exactly what Red Hood had done during their fight. Like it was practiced over and over again. Putting the notebook away, he turned back to the files on Red Hood. Continuing to read, Aizawa carried on. Red Hood took an attack meant for Najire, and even when he had his gun pointed at the girl, he refused to shoot. Red Hood had killed heroes before, and Najire should have been no different, and he shouldn't have been either, or Nomori for that matter. Both at the police station and on the roof, Aizawa had been blind, and if his strength was enough to take on Mirko and Gang Orca, he should have been dead. Nomori too, but he didn't. Red Hood would know that they would keep getting in his way, so why wouldn't he get rid of them? That was unless he didn't want to. Why would a ruthless vigilante keep them alive? People who were close to Izuku. It didn't make sense. Not unless it was true. There was no body. Toga didn't even know if he was really dead. He refused to kill us. He was hunting the League. Everything pointed to one irrefutable answer. Aizawa placed his head in his hands, his mouth opening as in a pained voice he spoke. Izuku. You're the Red Hood. I knew it. Spinner placed his head onto the cold wooden bar top of the Stray Sheep. A bar that the villain had been frequenting often. His eyes looked to the TV sat right behind the bar, his vision taking the dismembered figure of Toga. Her death still the only thing the news would talk about even after 3 days. Tears sprung to the lizard villain's eyes, his right hand grabbing the glass of whiskey sat before him. Taking a chug, his head sunk lower. This was divine punishment. Punishment for what they had done. I'm sorry. He choked out an apology, the face of the mother and son he had killed clouding his mind. He knew it was wrong at the time, yet he did nothing to stop it. He watched as they raped and tortured a poor woman. Watched as they slit the throat of a boy's mother in front of his eyes. He sat by as the League tortured a boy who was only a few years younger than him. This wasn't who he wanted to be. He just wanted to follow his idol's ideology, but what he did. Clenching his fist, Spinner shook his head. For months he had been begging for his death. He more than deserved to burn in hell. He may have not done those terrible things, but he was just as guilty for doing nothing. Another one. Slurring out a request, Spinner looked to the bartender shaking his empty glass. He didn't exactly remember when he started appreciating the taste of alcohol, but now it was all he could drink. He would drink to forget, but he would only end up remembering. Waiting, he felt his glass slowly fill with liquid, and the second the steady flow stopped, he brought the glass to his lips. Chugging the viscous liquid down, he slammed the glass on the top before standing absent-mindedly, throwing a few stray dollars onto the counter before he stumbled his way out the bar. The cold night air and its rain pelted him heavily as soon as he stepped foot outside. Not bothering to cover his face, he wandered the streets of Naruhata's red light district. Despite this location being Red Hood's most active hunting ground, he didn't care. If the vigilante caught him, then he was dead. Maybe that was for the best. He wished the entire League like Toga had been found. There was no redemption for what they did, and knowing the League, they wouldn't want such redemption even if they were given a chance. Hey, looking for a good time? Spinner stopped staring at the prostitute who propositioned him, a chuckle coming from his throat. Good time. He mocked in his head. There was nothing good. Not about him, not who he was. Waving the girl off, he continued his walk. His doubled vision making it harder to do so. His mind kept recalling the image of Toga, especially the banner. Who's next? A good question, one he wished he could answer for the Red Hood. At this point, which one of them didn't deserve death? They were all monsters in human skin. Looking up at the sky, Spinner closed his eyes. Maybe there was only one thing he could do. This would put a crosshair on his back, but at this point he had no other option if he was going to die. He would rather go out doing one last good thing. Looking to the street, Spinner raised his hand. Taxi. Calling out a car stopped, and getting in, he said one thing. Take me to UA. Why can't you be normal? Himiko's eyes looked to the terrified expression her mother wore. Her mother's face twisted in horror, mouth agape, feet shifting unsteadily. Despite this, she could only focus on the liquid that filled her mouth, courtesy of the corpse she held with her teeth. The elongated canines she had been born with seeped with warm liquid. Stop it with that creepy smile, her father screamed, his voice filled with both disgust and horror. Yet again the words of her parents fell on deaf ears. It had been like this since her quirk awakened. Therefore she was all too used to this sort of welcome. Why can't you be normal? Absently did she think of the first time that line was spoken to her. Turning her head, Himiko's eerie yellow eyes gazed into the reflection before her. Maybe if she was normal she would still have a family. Maybe she would have finished school, fell in love, had kids. Just maybe if she was normal she wouldn't have killed Inko Midoriya. But that doesn't justify what they have done. Staring into her reflection, Himiko's vision warped, the clear glass becoming a glossy red surface. Her body lacerated, cuts running across the broken shell that she couldn't even move anymore. It was odd, she had never regretted her actions until this very moment. Her tear-filled eyes looked to the man, her victim, Izuku Midoriya. There were few words she could speak at this moment. Please, kill me. She wanted the pain to end. The more she waited for death, the longer she was forced to sit through her memories. The way she dug into a poor defenseless woman's flesh, the cries of pain as she yanked the woman's forest green hair, and the pleas of that woman to not violate the only being of her creation. He knew how she must have suffered. Izuku didn't speak a word to the pleas of the monster before him. He only walked towards the shrill voice in his ears, his boots colliding with the floor beneath with nothing but a squelch. The foul-smelling liquid underneath rippling. The scrunching of his right glove reverberating off the walls as they took hold of the contoured grip of his knife. With a click did the sheath allow the blade to be drawn. The silver edge glinted in the light for a fraction of a second before the tip was placed underneath its chin, drawing blood almost immediately. The monster's cries becoming increasingly irritating before he forcefully stopped them, his left hand gripping the hole of which the noises originated from roughly. For a second he closed his eyes only to open them with only a seething hatred. But he didn't care. Forcefully did he push his right hand upward. There was no haste, only a slow and tortuous process as the volume of blood increased. The squirming that the thing attempted only causing it even greater pain. Pain that he enjoyed inflicting yet had quickly become dissatisfied at the mercy he was showing it. It deserved far worse than this, however he didn't have the luxury of doing so. After all, this thing belonged to a pack. Still he took time to focus his hearing. Flesh being torn, separated slowly with sounds of ripping. Eyes watching a new orifice being created by his own hands. The new hole stretching unnaturally as he tugged and twisted. The blade of his knife growing bigger and bigger as he pushed upward even more. What would have taken just seconds extended to minutes. Soon it came to an end with a harsh yank downward, cutting any loose hanging flesh without a shred of hesitation. With a clink did his knife find a resting place on the metal tray filled with surgical supplies, all of which were covered in blood as well. With his left still stopping a majority of the noises from escaping, the responsibility fell on his newly free right hand to continue. There were no reservations as he dug his hand into the open wound. Fingers grasping the wriggling appendage inside before he made his way to exit, and following behind was Toga's tongue. Though he had accomplished his initial goal, his heart said otherwise, and with his head taking the passenger seat he listened to his beating chest. Letting go of its mouth he then heard her muffled shrieks of dread. Soon they would be silenced forever, and with both hands he grasped its face. Hands almost caressing it before he raised his thumbs towards the shimmering yellow eyes. Mom. Inko was at the forefront of his mind, and her image was enough to drive his thumbs forward. Without mercy and remorse did he split the slitted pupils of the thing before him. The pressure he emitted crushing the iris and sclera into mush. Even with the violent thrashing shaking his arms did he push farther and farther. Lightning coating his body while the pressure increased, blood flowing from the sides of the monster's sockets. Among the thrashing there was a loud pop, and then the result was apparent. The thrashing stopped, and as his hands left did its head fall as though it had been lacking any form of support. His hands covered in blood, Izuku rubbed them through his hair, finally taking a deep breath. Fingers grasping onto locks of his hair before he let out a small growl. None of his actions had done anything to alleviate the feeling that still swirled in his chest. Every last one. The taxi ride was quiet as no words were exchanged within the vehicle. Both Spinner and the driver were in no mood to converse. Spinner was far too preoccupied watching the raindrops that landed on the window cascade off with great speed. His mind for the first time in a while was calm. Perhaps he should have been anxious, maybe even fearful. After all, he had seen just how far Shigaraki had fallen. Actually, it was something he had known for a while, ever since they had killed Izuku and Inko Midoriya. At the time there wasn't even a plan. There wasn't any discussion, rather it was all decided by a whim. A message. That was bullshit and he had known it. Once it had dragged out to full-blown torture, did it truly stop being a message? I should have stopped it. He should have done something when they violated Inko in front of her own son. He should have stopped them when they threatened an innocent girl who didn't even know who they were. For a moment Toga's death resurfaced in his mind. Maybe, was it so wrong to say that they deserved what Toga had gotten? No. For what they did, we deserve worse. The words were no louder than a whisper, thus failing to catch any attention. Clenching his right hand, Spinner lightly hit the seat next to him. He deserved death, and maybe he was foolish for thinking of repentance. Still, if he exposed the League's next moves as he knew them, then maybe he had a chance to be redeemed, if only slightly. Propping his head with a hand under his chin, he looked at the passing streetlights. He sat completely still before the taxi came decreased in speed. Within clink the meter of the taxi came to rest. The fare showing in a bright orange. That'll be $26.50. Spinner didn't contest and only pulled from his wallet all the cash he had left on them. With $300 in his hand, he handed the entire stack over. There was no reason for him to hold on to it anymore. Call it his final act against Shigaraki and his first attempt to wash his hands clean. Not waiting for the cab driver to process his action, Spinner left the vehicle, falling to the large concrete staircase in front of him. There was no going back. What kind of hero do you want to be? A fresh cold breeze blew past Aizawa, the man looking towards the forested area just a few feet away. By his side a young hero shifted uneasily at the question, their forest green hair pushed by the wind and emerald eyes searching for an answer. They both sat on one of the many outdoor benches built in UA's large campus. This scene alone was not an isolated incident, as they had done this many times before, asking questions, talking to one another, and although reluctant to admit it, enjoying this time. He would never say it, but he felt as though he had someone who he could finally leave his legacy to. As such, he patiently waited for his student to answer. I want to be like All Might. It was the same answer he had heard so many times before, but unlike the first time, he didn't feel any frustration, especially by Izuku's next words. That's what I thought, but after Eri I realized. Izuku took a moment, his eyes looking to the bright sky. I want to be a hero who can protect the people I care about, no matter the cost. I know I won't always be able to, but I want to try, even if that means giving up my life for them. Aizawa's mouth formed a small grin, his student's eyes were resolute. No matter what he said now, it was a fact Izuku would never change his mind. Not that would discourage this. Get better control of your quirk. His response had caught Izuku off guard, but patting the boy on the back he continued, then maybe you can become that hero. The memory played in his head while he fought the truth. What was he supposed to do now? Shit. His hands swiped across his desk, scattering the files before him while simultaneously knocking his desk lamp to the floor, the bulb shattering, leaving him in darkness. This can't. Slamming his fist onto his desk, Aizawa's vision was obscured by his hair. He wanted to deny that the trail of bodies Red Hood left in his wake was in actuality his student's own doing. He wanted to say it wasn't possibly Izuku, it couldn't be. But there was no mistaking it. The student he failed to save, the one he cared for as his own kin, was the same one who brutally executed those who stood in his way. He's still following his goal. He was protecting the people he cared about no matter the cost. Fuck. Red Hood, Izuku, will not stop until he accomplishes his goal. Thus Aizawa's options were limited. Racking his options, Aizawa took a deep breath. Option number 1. Reveal what he knows to Nezu. That would mean bringing this information to the Hero Association, which would ultimately result in the subsequent manhunt that would naturally follow. Izuku would never have a chance of returning, and if when he is jailed, he would never see Eri again. Option number 2. Reveal nothing and rely on any information that comes from the streets to narrow down Izuku's whereabouts. He could try and sway Izuku from walking the path he was currently heading towards. That way he might be able to return back to normalcy. But would he actually be able to do it? Izuku's will was unwavering to a fault, and if he got in the way, was he sure Izuku wouldn't kill him? Or option number 3, Aizawa closed his eyes, fists clenching into a tight ball for even considering this as a solution. But if Izuku wouldn't stop, if he would continue to kill, continue to massacre his way towards the League, the girls nor Eri would be able to handle it once his bloodstained identity is out for the world to see. Before that happens, Aizawa would rather have Izuku die as the hero in training Deku, the father of Eri, as a student of UA, and as a son by his own hands. Anything but the martyr Red Hood. Musudafu, Naruhata, Tokyo, Hosu, Fukuoka, the list went on and on. The cities that made up Japan varied and all had their own problems. Villain attacks, petty crimes, homelessness, each carried statistic, all except this one. Deku City. It makes no sense. Izuku sat within one of the many late-night cafes that littered Deku City. His appearance masked, long baggy clothes fitted over his body and armor while his hair was kept hidden by an all-black hat. Did she lie? No, I would have known, but why here? His mind swirling in a never-ending spiral. Call it a gift or a curse, but Izuku had great memory recall and he could draw what exactly Toga had said moments before he killed her. Shish. Garaki. Deal. Deku. By then the only other thing she could do was beg for death. Still, those 3 words were enough to drive him toward this place. Now that he was here, however, his confusion only grew as time passed. He had spent the last 2 hours roaming the night streets. Yet there was nothing. Deku City was renowned for having the lowest crime rate and number of villain attacks year-round. But isn't this a little too much? No crime at all was weird, too weird, and if there was some deal going on between the League of Villains and another group, wouldn't it be better to connect to a pre-established one like Overhaul and the Yakuza? Lost in thought, Izuku was only brought out of his head when the waitress of the cafe spoke to him. "Hi sir, would you like another cup?" Looking to his right hand that held his coffee, Izuku blinked. He hadn't even registered he'd been drinking it the entire time. Sure, thank you." Handing his cup to the woman, he turned his head to the TV just behind the bar counter. Due to the late hour, all it showed was a rerun of events that happened throughout the day, and with the volume loud enough to hear, his attention was brought to an interview. "Hello everyone and welcome back. I'm Shito's Kazuki, your host for the evening." A pale blue-skinned woman bowed her head, her lilac-colored hair swaying as she did so ever so slightly. Izuku had heard of the woman before, but as the camera panned out he was struck with confusion about her guest. It was slim man, hair brown, hairline receding, yet he was clearly important. Even Izuku could see that with the suit the man wore. Here with me today is the CEO of the Detonate Company, Rikiya Yatsubashi. As Chito's introduced her guest, a loud round of applause rang throughout the area. Much more than one would normally expect for a live interview show. "Yatsubashi-sama," many in the crowd cheered. During this, the man known as Rikiya only gave off a hearty chuckle and a smile. He was charismatic, that was no mistake, and with charisma surely winning a crowd over was easy, but Izuku could put his finger on it. What he was hearing seemed more like worship than some simple die-hard fans. As he thought this, he heard the waitress give out a content sigh. Yatsubashi-sama," she said his name with reverence. Seemingly catching Izuku's gaze on her, the woman shyly blushed before speaking. "Sorry about that, sir. Here, your coffee." Placing the coffee back on the small plate, Izuku had the waitress turned back, intent on watching the interview a bit more before Izuku interrupted. "Sorry, is it all right if I ask you a question? You see, I'm actually from northern Hokkaido and I came down here to visit the area, so I don't really know much. I was wondering if you can tell me who he is." Izuku pointed to the screen and at Rikiya. "Sure thing." The waitress spoke with glee as though it was an honor to brag about the man. This only drew more suspicion. "Yatsubashi-sama is a great man. His company Detonate has been a help to us who live in Deku." The woman went on a tirade about the Detonate Company. A company that exclusively made lifestyle equipment for regular quirk users, most of the equipment being the same quality as hero equipment. She kept talking about how Rikia improved the lives of the citizens, his donations helping to rebuild Deku City from the ground up. It went on and on, from his appearances in media, to appearing at charity events held in the city and many more. All in all, Rikia was a very good man. Eventually it ended, but he learned a lot from this interaction, and the more he learned the more he became suspicious. Sure, he believed in goodwill, but someone this good was bound to have more than a few skeletons in their closet. So, Hokkaido, long way from home aren't you, sir? The waitress didn't allow Izuku any freedom to think, quickly switching up the topic. Yeah, that's right. If you don't mind me asking, what made you visit Deku City? Why not Musudafu or Jaku? Do you have family in the area? It was a bombardment of questions, and Izuku could feel the waitress's gaze strongly, sizing him up in a way. No. No family. As for why, well, I heard Deku City was the cleanest and safest place in Japan. After what you told me, I'm sure it's true. So you haven't been here long? Nope, just drove into town actually. Izuku gave off a smile, eyes drifting to the large black duffel bag that lay near his feet. Still haven't gotten a hotel yet. Are there any places you recommend near the Deteneret office? Hearing all about it bumped it to the top of the places I would like to visit. The waitress smiled. Well, there are a few. Scribbling a few names on a page of the small notepad she carried, the waitress then handed the list to Izuku. He knew she was a local, but this spoke volumes to how tight-knitted this city was. I should tread lightly. Taking the list, he then placed $20 on the counter. Keep the change. Thank you for the help. With a small wave, Izuku walked out of the cafe, taking his duffel bag with him. Turning the corner, he walked towards the largest tower in the city. In his hands was the list given to him. There were too many things for him to ignore. Rikia was a suspicious man, and if he were really in bed with the League. Izuku's fist balled up tightly. No matter how much he may have helped this city, Rikia would die beside those bastards. Taking his mind off the what-ifs, he continued his walk, again in the eerie silence of a seemingly sleeping city. It was unnerving, and Izuku could help but scan the area. Yet his guard proved useless as he arrived at one of the named hotels without issue. The name was unimportant, rather its appearance was what Izuku judged the place on. It wasn't fancy by any means, but it wasn't a Motel 6 either. It'll work. It was a comfortable middle ground. Turning, he entered the hotel room, and after a quick chat with the receptionist he found himself standing within the hallway of the top floor. In his hand was a key, and attached was a small brass-painted keychain with a number engraved, 705. Entering his room, Izuku quickly saw what one would expect in a hotel such as this. However, he was not here to bask in the luxuries provided. Instead, he got straight to work. Heading to the nearest window, Izuku closed all the blinds, leaving only one slightly open. Setting his bag down, he moved the alone chair that sat in the corner in front of the window. Once that was done, he proceeded to throw the sheets and blankets off the mattress of the bed before lifting the mattress. Turning it face upward, he propped the large piece of furniture against the door of the room. No one in and no one out. Finally, he turned to his duffel bag. Unzipping the bag, Izuku lay witness to several large metal parts. Magazines of ammo, many too large for his regular pistols, though that was the point. Taking the metal parts out, he began his work, sliding large bars into place until they clicked in place. He slowly began to put together what looked to be a camera stand. However, the legs of which were far heavier than any common camera stand. After the legs were in place in front of his chair, he dug into his bag once more. Clicks were all that could be heard. Izuku slapping together a large contoured handle into a large metal frame. A large barrel screwing into the front of the very same frame. Slowly did the tedious process he forced himself into take shape. Connected to the stand was a Barrett M82, a long-forgotten relic of the past, yet despite its age, it has not lost its luster. Loading a large mag filled with black-tipped armor-piercing 50 cal cartridges. Adjusting the stand to have the scope of the rifle to his eye, the boy took a minute to properly establish the distance between his window and the entrance to Deteneret building. It was a long shot, he knew. Rikia could be innocent, but he couldn't shake the feeling that crawled up his spine. He had learned to never go against his instinct, not after that day. When his sight became clear, the boy leaned back, his hands going to his bag once more. Plucking out his helmet that had been wrapped in his leather jacket, the boy stood up, shedding his disguise. Slipping on the jacket, he then stared at his helmet. Taking a deep breath, he placed his head inside before taking his seat. He wouldn't be getting sleep at least for a few days. A sigh escaped his lips, head turning to look at the time. 4 a.m. Nimari read to herself. Her eyes looking to her bedside clock, her once lively sky-blue eyes now sporting a vivid cloudiness. Again she was hit with a nightmare, and like every other time it was the same thing. Watching Izuku get tortured in front of her very eyes. One would have figured she would have gotten used to it after months of having them, but not her. She couldn't. The moment she did, she feared her love for the boy would fade. That was the last thing she wanted. Turning her head, Nimari stared at the ceiling, right arm raising to rest on her forehead. Her left arm still preoccupied by the weight snuggling deep into her side. She glanced and relief hit her like a train. At least Eri was with her. She couldn't have imagined going through this without the girl. She was the sole reason she even returned from her patrols. With her left hand she played with the small child's hair. Said child sleeping peacefully. Izuku. She whispered his name, wishing that in this very moment he was with the both of them. Here, where he belongs. Nimari stared at Eri's sleeping face before she let a bit of her quirk seep from her right hand. Gently, Eri let go of the purple nightgown she wore, falling into a deeper sleep. Free from the embrace of the small girl, Nimari sat up, moving to the edge of her bed. Slowly she left the warmth of her covers and headed towards the private bathroom that came with every teacher's room. Entering, she turned on the light, temporarily blinded before her eyes slowly adjusted to the lights above her. Once they did, she stepped inside, locking the door behind her before she stood in front of the mirror. There she gazed upon herself. Gone was the face that had been free of blemishes for so many years. Across her nose ran a long dark scar which continued until it rested underneath her left eye. Her slender fingers brushed against the skin before moving to the scar on the left side of her heart-shaped lips. It was small in comparison with the other, but nonetheless it was yet another reminder of what she lost. Of course these scars were only two examples. There were many others which she earned the same way these ones had been. It wasn't wrong for Aizawa to have said she was out of control, fighting villains who she would never deal with on her own, but I couldn't just sit there and hope for him to come back. Nimari gripped the sink, her left hand going to turn on the water. The woman was not naive. She knew that just waiting like a princess in distress wouldn't bring him back. She was first and foremost a hero who Izuku could rely on. A hero who wouldn't give up so easily. It wouldn't have been fair to sit back while Izuku endured, and it wouldn't have been fair to herself to break down. At least that's what she made herself think. Taking her eyes off the mirror for but a moment, Nimari splashed a handful of warm water over her face. Her disheveled hair falling over her face as her head lowered back. Her body shook, and through pursed lips a shaky breath came from the woman. The water droplets that fell off her face were joined by more as Nimari's breathing remained unsteady. Slowly her grip on the sink fell and she slid to the floor, her knees hitting the tile. Izuku. She whimpered his name. Although she had forced herself to think many things, there was a point where even her strength fell. I should have been there. Anger was all she could feel, her teeth biting at her quivering lips, and this anger was towards herself. Although there was no possible way in any reality for her to have known when and where Izuku was taken, it didn't provide any comfort to her. There were no excuses. She should have just known. She should have known something was wrong. Hero her ass. She was a failure. She couldn't even save him. Tears dripped down Nimari's face, though she stifled them with her right hand. Crying wouldn't solve anything, but there was no helping it. She just couldn't hold them in any longer, and this was the only time she could even think to let them loose. Eri, her colleagues, the students, she couldn't let them see her like this. Not after she had failed him. For a few minutes Nimari didn't move an inch. She only let her stifled cries continue until she ran out of tears and her skin became red with irritation. Taking a few deep breaths, Nimari started to pick herself off the ground when a loud alarm sounded. Everywhere and all at once, the UA campus was assaulted by the blaring noises of sirens. Quickly Nimari got to her feet and exited the bathroom swiftly, her eyes going straight towards her bed. There Eri sat on the bed, eyes clearly in a panic, hands covering her ears. Rushing to her daughter's side, Nimari hugged the girl to her chest until the alarms quieted. Though that didn't stop much of the noise as a small bracelet which sat on the besides dresser rang. Picking it up, she read the message that displayed an emergency alert. This small bracelet was only made after Izuku's disappearance in the event something similar to what happened to the boy occurred. It was a convenient piece of equipment, but there was no time to compliment it. Tapping the bracelet, Nimari looked to the location the alert came from. U.A.'s main gate. Knowing where she was supposed to go, Nimari let go of Eri. Eri, stay here, okay? Mama will be right back. Don't open the door for anyone, okay? Placing the girl back under the covers, Nimari saw the little girl nod, her eyes shining much like Izuku's would. Reassured, Nimari ran towards her door, swiping a jacket on her way out, slipping it on before locking the door behind her. Her run did not cease for a moment. Although she had none of her equipment, Nimari was ready for a fight. Her focus was on one thing only, all the other useless shit like doubt can wait. Running, she stopped when she spotted several of the other teachers standing at the gate, their eyes searching the area. Hound dog sniffing the air, trying in vain to pick up a scent of any other intruder. Due to Vlad King and Powerloader being the main ones in front of her, Nimari couldn't see the intruder right away. Moving forward, she pushed past the two, trying to see who was responsible. Once the intruder came into view, she felt a hand grab her shoulder. Kneeling in front of her was Spinner, the villain tied up with Aizawa's capture scarf. Her fists clenched. She had watched Izuku's torture and she remembered the faces of the League like they were the back of her hand. Not only their faces but what they did to Izuku, and although this bastard hadn't done anything she knew of, that didn't excuse anything. It was a fact that this scumbag watched the whole thing happen. Well, if this isn't a pleasant surprise. Nezu spoke from Aizawa's side while the man glared holes in the villain. Now then, Spinner, what is it that brought you to our school so early in the morning? Spinner did not say a word, he only looked to the teachers and heroes who surrounded him before he lowered his head. The League. I'll tell you everything they are planning. His answer caught many off guard, and opening his mouth, Nezu went to speak. And why is that? I find it hard to believe a consciousness can spontaneously form. After everything the League and I have done, I just can't anymore. Spinner eyes watered. What we did to that kid. Izuku Midoriya. Nimari spoke from the side, glaring at Spinner. After that, Shigaraki and the others, I just want them gone before it happens again. Spinner lowered his head to the floor. The teachers looked at the villain with squinted eyes. None of them truly believed what Spinner was saying. Nonetheless, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Whatever they got from Spinner would be at least something. Eraserhead. Bring him to my office and make sure he is unable to make a decision he would regret. Turning away from Aizawa, Nezu watched as the teacher dragged the villain away. Ectoplasm, Vlad King, and Hound Dog. Go with Eraserhead. At his call, the three heroes left with the underground hero. The rest of you make sure the campus is secure and do not let any students out of the dorms. Midnight, a moment please. Before she could leave, Nimari was stopped by the principal. Standing side by side, they looked towards the school building. What is it, Nezu? Eri is waiting. I know, and like I said, this will only take a moment. Nezu paused. Aizawa had told what had occurred when the police had custody of Toga, how you had let your emotions take hold. I tell you now, without the others present, because this time I need you to control yourself. Toga at the time was our only lead, and I understand just how close this matter is to you, which is why I'll give you a pass. However, now that we will have Spinner in custody at UA, I warn you, that should you deprive us a lead on the League because of your actions, well, I don't think there will be a place for you among heroes. Nezu walked forward and towards the building. I will give you the opportunity to question Spinner after we obtain what we need on the League, that much I can do for you. Now get back to Eri. Nezu left without another word, and Nimari stood still. Her jaw clenched and eyes closing for a few seconds. God damn it. Opening them, she left back towards the dorm. In her heart she hoped that this would be the lead that traced back to Izuku. Been a while, and I hope you all enjoyed this latest chapter. As many of you can see, this is a Izuku Midnight story. I know I made this out into a harem, however I feel as though Nemuri as a character has more potential and is much more interesting to follow in this storyline. That being said, there will be little sprinkles of the other girls and their feelings throughout the story. I know I may anger some with this decision, but that is how it is going to play out. The sun had still not broken the horizon, leaving only one light source within Nezu's office. The overhead white fluorescent lights initially threatening to blind the group before their eyes adjusted. Nezu sat on the gray couch across from Spinner. Behind his left shoulder Vlad King stood, arms crossed over his chest. Behind his right shoulder was Aizawa, the man's fists clenched and eyes boring holes in their captive. Said captive sat on the other available couch, squished in between hound dog and ectoplasm, while several clones stood around the room, making sure no unneeded interruptions could occur. No one in the group had spoken, and reaching across the small table in front of him, Nezu grabbed a mug of tea. Bringing it to his mouth, the animal slowly took a sip, eyes never leaving Spinner's. Lowering the cup he spoke, Shuichi Iguchi, villain name, Spinner. Quirk, Deku. As if he were reading off a file, Nezu's voice was flat, portraying no emotion. You wished to speak with us. Well, again I ask you why. Why, after attacking our institution countless times, after murdering a student of ours, why now do you wish to speak? It was a question everyone, especially Aizawa, wanted to know. The villain lowered his head, mouth opening slightly. I don't want the League to. Stop. Nezu raised his paw, head shaking. Stop with the lies. You aren't doing this because of a change of heart. You say you want to stop the League, but why now? Out of all the other chances throughout the year. Why now? Spinner opened his mouth to talk, but Nezu wasn't finished. Don't answer that, Iguchi. Quite frankly, I don't want to hear the excuses you have come up with to justify yourself finally doing something rather than nothing. What I am concerned about is the League. You have information you told us you were willing to share. So if that helps lessen the guilt you have or justifies your betrayal, so be it. Tell us what you know. Nezu wasn't here to play a game with Spinner. The League has been a thorn in his side since they first attacked. Why Spinner left the League? Not his concern at all. Besides, he knew full well that line of questioning was something Midnight would ask. Spinner sat still, his eyes looking to the table. For weeks the League has been trying to establish a deal with a villain organization called the MLA in Deku City. This group is giant. Heroes, villains and even civilians all answer to the same leader. Destro. He spoke. Spinner realized it was useless to state his reason for doing this, especially when the animal already knew. Destro. Nezu heard a similar name a long time ago, but that wasn't the most important part. If it was true that an entire city was under the influence of Destro and the MLA, who was to say that it wasn't the case outside of Deku City? This is a problem. Nezu could handle a villain group, but citizens and heroes. If they were under allegiance with a villain organization, the list of heroes that could be trusted was shrinking considerably in his mind. His mind was already forming a plan when Spinner continued. There's also Shigaraki's new pets. Pets. Nezu looked to the villain, his questioning tone not going missed. It was when we were at our hideout. A monster showed up, claiming that Shigaraki needed to prove his worth in order for it to listen to him. It kept crying out the name All for One when we fought him, claiming Shigaraki was a weak successor. The room grew tense and Nezu narrowed his eyes. Before the talk started with Destro, we were also contacted by the doctor who made that monster. He brought us to a lab with a warping quirk. I didn't get a really good look at him, but there were no moves. They were unlike anything I've ever seen before. The situation kept getting worse, and taking a sip of his tea, Nezu shook his head, his right paw going to massage his forehead. A few months ago he had been given a report that the giant encountered by Gran Torino had started moving after a year of slumber. The giant was already a problem they didn't understand, but now the pieces were starting to fall into place. Why it attacked Gran Torino and Naomasa. Why it freed Kurogiri from their capture. It was yet another apprentice of All for One. He would store that away for now. He needed more. Now, these talks you've been having. What exactly have the League and Destro agreed upon? From the last time I was there we were still talking about our next plans. During that All for One kept getting mentioned. We also talked about who would lead the alliance between us, but other than that I don't know much. Spinner confessed. hands coming together to hold each other, finger laced over the others. Himiko Toga, Nezu began. The rat's brain was moving at speeds none of which the other heroes could understand. However, if this was going to work, he needed to know. Did she know about this? Confused initially, Spinner nodded. She did. Nezu returned to silence, lost in his own tortured mind. The other heroes could only look at the principal for the minute he remained still. Eventually Nezu nodded. Eraserhead, go retrieve Midnight, and stay with her when she questions Spinner. Ectoplasm, keep watch over him. As for the rest of us, I will be calling a meeting. As soon as Midnight is done, you are to report to the conference room as soon as you detain Spinner in an isolated area. There is much we must discuss. Aizawa had no other option to obey Nezu's command, the rodent already leaving the room before Aizawa could even step forward. With a sigh, Aizawa went to leave the room, his fists clenching, mind trying to prepare him. Her heels clicked across the tile hallways of UA. Nimari walked side by side with Aizawa, dressed in her hero uniform. Her eye mask highlighting the serious look she held. Aizawa too held a similar look, however the reason was vastly different from hers. For him it was far too much in too little of time. Izuku, being Red Hood, was still fresh wound. He hadn't even been given a few hours to come to terms with it before Spinner had shown up. This is a fucking mess. The entire situation was fucked up. So much so he couldn't even hear the voices of doubt that yelled in his head. The ones that screamed to believe somehow that Izuku wasn't who he knew he was. That Spinner knew something about Izuku that Toga didn't. It was an absurd instance of hopefulness that his logical mind knew was impossible. Taking a deep breath, Aizawa looked to his side and at Nimari. Opening his mouth, he tried to silence his thoughts. Keep yourself restrained this time, Nimari. Anything you do to Spinner now will reflect on UA. I get it. Nezu already told me. I don't need you on my ass too. Nimari spoke rather calmly. Her eyes pointed forward. Even she knew that this wasn't the time to let her emotions take control. She needed answers, not a fight. If she had to bite the bullet, then she would. Spinner could hold the answer that Toga refused to share before she was taken. Their walk was short-lived when Nimari arrived at the door of Nezu's office. Entering, she saw Spinner and her anger returned. Although Spinner didn't do anything to Izuku, he was still part of it. Calming herself down, she looked to the several clones of ectoplasm that stood at the nearby windows, watching. Nodding to the hero, Midnight took the place where Nezu sat. Unlike before, Aizawa moved to stand behind Spinner. Once everyone was situated, Nimari stared at Spinner. Taking a large inhale of air, she looked to the lizard man. Why did you do it? She didn't have to be a hero to know the basic reason why. Izuku was a thorn in their side. That would be a simple yet effective answer, but that same answer could be said about any of the heroes or students that have encountered them. They all did something to the League, so why was Izuku targeted? Why was Inko killed, and why was Eri threatened? If Izuku truly was a thorn, it would been over as soon as they killed him. No, rather than that, they tortured him. She knew why, but she wanted to hear it from the mouth of one of the bastards that helped murder an innocent woman. Helped destroy a young man who only wanted to do right by the world. Spinner knew what she was asking, and he had no reason to lie. It was Shigaraki. That whole message shit was a lie. Shigaraki had it out for Midoriya. He wanted to hurt the kid. The others, well, they just enjoyed it. When he thought back to those days of torture, he felt like throwing up. Sure, killing a hero and or a hero in training is bad enough, but Spinner was sure it was unavoidable in the League's plans. What they did, however. So why didn't you do anything? You knew it was wrong, but you watched. Just because you didn't do anything physical to them doesn't mean that you are free of guilt. Midnight looked straight into Spinner's eyes, her entire body leaning forward with her palms laid flat on the table. Quote. Spinner knew why, but he couldn't say. He was scared, afraid to die in that god-forsaken warehouse with the Midoriya family. His silence had told Nimari all she needed to know. The villain before her was nothing but a coward, a hypocritical coward. Afraid of death but deals it out like it's nothing. She closed her eyes, another sigh coming from her mouth. She went quiet for a minute before opening her eyes. Now was the time to ask the real questions, the ones she really wanted to know. Where is Izuku Midoriya? The question caught Spinner off guard. What do you mean? He couldn't help but question it. Izuku Midoriya and Inko Midoriya were dead, they should know that. Spinner couldn't understand why Midnight would ask the question. We know that you have Izuku Midoriya captive. Where is he? Nimari glared at the villain, though in her stare she caught the look of Aizawa. She had known the man for years. Even if she was angry, even if she had changed since Izuku's disappearance, she would always be able to tell when something wasn't right, especially when it came from him. Glancing at the hero, Nimari quickly looked back to Spinner. The villain still genuinely confused. He's dead. He was in the warehouse. The video, didn't you see it? Nimari stood from the couch leaning even further until she was in Spinner's face. You can keep lying, but we know that Izuku Midoriya is not dead. There was no body, no remains. The only thing that makes sense is that League still has him. Meaning you know exactly where he is. Spinner retreated into the couch. We never took him. He pleaded as Nimari continued to pressure him. I watched Dabi light the warehouse on fire. He was in there. There was no way he could make it out alive. Izuku was broken, beaten, and exhausted. It didn't make sense to Spinner. How could they think he was even remotely alive? Even if they didn't find a body, it was Dabi's flames. He might have been incinerated completely. That's how the villain thought of it at least, but his answer wasn't the right one. Nimari slammed her fist on the table. You and those fucking bastards. Her calm facade was falling steadily. Just fucking tell me where he is. Midnight. A warning voice came from Aizawa. The man glaring at Midnight. There you go again. Midnight's glare was directed back to Aizawa. Why? Why are you defending them? You were going to let Toga go. Now you're stopping me from even questioning this piece of shit. You don't care, do you? You never did. You're like all the rest. You wrote him off already. Aizawa clenched his jaw, going silent before he looked to Ectoplasm. Take him out of here. This is done. Ectoplasm went without resistance, grabbing Spinner from the couch, going to escort the man. Nimari stopped the hero, placing a hand on the clone's shoulder. Don't you dare, Ectoplasm. We aren't done. Aizawa moved to the clone, prying Namori's hand away before pushing her away. Yes you are. Go. Ectoplasm and his clones left, leaving only Nimari and Aizawa in the room. The two stared at each other, Namori's fists clenched. You do realize, he's the only lead we have. Quote. Aizawa only stared, saying nothing. Nimari returned his stare before shaking her head. A dry laugh came from her mouth as she placed her left hand on her forehead. I should have known. Known that Shota Aizawa, the lone underground hero, would be like this. But I had hoped that you would care. Nimari placed her hands on Aizawa's chest, pushing the hero back. That you would care for Izuku, like I thought you did. Hero. That fucking title belongs to anyone other than you. She poked Aizawa's chest, the man's fists balling and jaw tightening. You know, don't you? I saw that goddamn look. Naomasa told you something, didn't he? He was listening the entire time with Toga. You fucking know. She pushed him again, causing Aizawa's back to hit the wall. His eyes remained on Nimari. His face stoic as he took a deep breath. I don't have time for this. Nezu called a meeting. He tried to move but was pushed back into the wall. What did he fucking tell you? Nimari grabbed Aizawa's collar. Get your hands off of me. Aizawa gave nothing but a cold stare, his breathing growing faster. Tell me what he said. You don't even give a shit about Izuku. But I do. I deserve to fucking know. Aizawa closed his eyes before he took Namori's legs from underneath her, taking the hero to the ground. Don't fucking say I don't care. He was my student before he was ever anything to you. It had boiled over. Everything that had been building up was exploding. Nimari stared at Aizawa before she kicked the teacher in the knee, causing him to fall to her level. Grabbing Aizawa, she placed the teacher in a chokehold. Her right bicep placed against his throat while her left intersected where her right wrist was. Aizawa tried to pry Namori's arm away from his neck. Nimari was relentless, pulling back on Aizawa's neck until the man leaned into her, loosening her grip just enough for his hand to pull her right arm away. Holding onto the appendage, Aizawa flipped the teacher over on her back and onto the floor. Raising his fist, he aimed for Namori's jaw, intent on taking her out before things could escalate. He brought his fist down, making contact with nothing but the hard floor beneath. Nimari, having rolled out of the way, turned over, getting to her feet. Aizawa did the same, Facing off against each other the two glared. Nimari rushed forward, hand going to her side and to her whip. Cracking it, she struck at Aizawa, the whip gouging the carpet as it headed towards him. He in turn responded with his scarf, the two weapons colliding. With her left hand Nimari grabbed the collapsible fan she carried, and with her teeth she ripped the fabric that covered her right arm. As soon as the mist of her quirk appeared in the air, Aizawa's scarf retreated, covering his face tightly, the man also holding his breath. Bringing her whip back, she swung her fan, the mist spreading throughout the room and towards Aizawa. Blinded, the man restricted his own air flow when his neck was wrapped in Namori's whip. Before he could move to loosen it, an impact was felt against his body. Nimari, having thrown her fan and whip, held onto Aizawa, tackling him through the door his back was facing. Taking it off its hinges, Nimari sat on Aizawa, striking at the uncovered parts of his face. Aizawa blocked the strikes effortlessly, his arms only slightly aching at her hits. Slowly the smoke started dissipating, and so his scarf unwrapped itself before he coiled it around Namori's left arm. Pulling it down, he brought his foot up, planting it in Namori's stomach before he kicked her over his head and into the wall of the hallway. Nimari hit the wall with a thud, falling to the floor. She quickly moved to stand. Eyes looking at Aizawa, who turned onto his stomach, was getting up. Before she would allow him to, she threw out her left leg, foot hitting his chin. Aizawa took the hit head on, falling on his back once more. The attack did little damage, and soon he could hear the rushing footsteps of the other staff members. Moving his head, he could see several of his colleagues running towards them. Turning his attention back to Nimari, he could see the woman slowly standing in pain. Getting back to his feet, he already made the decision to end the fight. Kicking off the ground with his left foot, he raised his right knee. As the distance closed, Nimari dodged, only narrowly avoiding the knee that buried itself in the wall next to her. Nimari glared, but before she could retaliate, both she and Aizawa were stopped. Holding Aizawa, Smintos lifted the man off the floor. He didn't even try to resist. Nimari, on the other hand, was grabbed by Vlad King. The woman kicking her feet. "Get off me! What the hell is this about?" Vlad yelled, holding Nimari back. "Aizawa, tell me what he said." Aizawa said nothing, not even when the rest of the heroes looked at him. "You're a coward. It's easier to think he's dead, isn't it? You don't care. Not about Izuku. Not about Eri. Not about anything." She kept insinuating the worst. Aizawa, however, had already regained his cool, not giving in like he did before. "I can't." He couldn't tell her. Not what he knows, not what Naomasa has told him. Not until he talked to Red Hood himself, and especially not until Izuku made his decision. "Nimari, just shut up." Nimari stopped struggling in Vlad's grip. The tension between the two was indescribable. It was hard for the other teachers to remember the times that these two were once friends. No one said a word, and soon they escorted both Aizawa and Nimari to the conference room. There they separated the two on opposite sides of the room. Nezu looked at the two as the rest of the teachers took their seats. "I would fire the two of you right now." Nezu began glaring at the two teachers. "Fortunately for you both, the situation at hand requires you. As I learned from Spinner, Deku City is under the influence of a villain organization bigger than any we have faced before, called the MLA. They are in cahoots with the League, who as of late have come into contact with two of All for One's acquaintances. Not only do they have access to Nomus, of which their abilities are unknown, but the same giant encountered by Gran Torino nearly a year prior. The League and MLA are currently conspiring with each other. We must move before then. An entire city." Smintos looked to the animal, who nodded. "Heroes, villains, even citizens are banded together." Snipe leaned in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. "This here is a problem. Which heroes can we trust? There's gotta be more of MLA members within our ranks." "That's only part of the problem, Snipe. Our biggest concern is All for One." All Might spoke from his chair, chills already running down the spine of the hero. "If it's true Shigaraki has met two of that monster's friends, we must concern ourselves with what their next plans are. That is where the MLA comes in. According to their talks, All for One is mentioned quite often." Nezu looked to the two. "I believe it's safe to assume their next plans would involve something of ginormous magnitude. That's why we must take advantage now while they are still separated." Sir, going against villains are one thing, but we will also be facing an entire city. Present Mike shook his head. It'd be hopeless. Like Snipe said, we don't know how many heroes are in the MLA who don't reside in Deku City. Normally that would be the case. I agree. Nezu nodded at Present Mike. The situation would indeed be hopeless. However, Himiko Toga knew of the deals with the MLA as well. Smentos nodded. So you assume Red Hood knows of Deku City as well? Red Hood is hunting the League. That much was made clear when he waged war with the drug trade and the subsequent mutilation and public display of Toga's corpse. If he learned of Deku City, I have no doubt he is there already. What are you suggesting, Nezu? Aizawa spoke in a low tone. First comes Tartarus. Security will be tightened and every eye will be on All for One. Second, we get the Hero Association to blacklist every hero based in Deku City. Of course that only fixes part of the problem. If they attack, we won't be charged for any crime. At most that covers our backs. Third, we leak the information to all Deku hero agencies that Red Hood is there. That will spur them into action. Finally, using the heroes I trust, we entrap the city. Taking the League is our first priority, however Red Hood is just as important. Capture any member of the League or Red Hood. If things get too dangerous, we retreat. Sir, about Red Hood. Although he could be trapped in the city by the members of the MLA. His identity is unknown. He could leave before things escalate and we would be none the wiser. We can't realistically track anyone who enters or leaves Deku City before we mobilize. What incentive do we have to make him stay? Ectoplasm brought up a valid point, many nods coming from the other staff members. Nezu paused. Well, we currently have one of the members of the League within our custody. As a deal of freedom, we have Spinner act as bait. Red Hood is intelligent. Most likely he is already gathering information necessary to his goals. So we send Spinner to Deku City in 3 days, of course not empty-handed. We'll give him files on some of our more outdated security measures, of which will be upgraded before they could make use of it. If Red Hood is watching, which he will be, he won't be able to stay still. Between being hunted within the city and knowing his targets are there, he'll have to choose. If he chooses to escape, we apprehend him. If he doesn't, he chooses to wage war openly. The conference room grew silent before Nezu looked at the group. Whether he wins or loses, Red Hood will be trapped. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.